Hello and welcome to another stream of Control. Finished the main game yesterday and now we're going to be doing the Alan Wake DLC. Hey there, Lone Star. How's it going? Oh, that's great, Lone Star. That's excellent. As for me, I'm doing good. Finished the main game yesterday, so going to be doing the Alan Wake DLC today. You through time. Hey there, Zomb. Thanks for redeeming that as a 90 impression. Hey, AC. No. Like, stop it. How's it going, AC? I don't blame you, Zomb. Couldn't resist. Yeah, his incantation is really, really interesting. Alright, so we're not doing the Foundation DLC, so... that's something that I forgot to do. It doesn't matter, though. It's not integral to what I was doing. Alright, so a dark place. Investigate the sector elevator. AC and bonk, always bonk. It's going good, thanks, Om. Things are going well. How about yourself?
Give him hell, Director.
Darkness engulfed the elevator. There was something there, reaching for her, trying to make her act. It was a distress call. Faden sensed a drowning man, a hunger in the dark. Investigation sector.
Investigation sector, huh? We should check this out.
Darkness engulfed the elevator. There was something there. A presence. Jesse Faden could hear it. A call. It was faint, reaching for her from a dark place. Faden was sensitive to visitations. She had them all the time. From her guiding star and the previous director. She was the perfect receiver. As if she'd been made for this. Faden paused to feel it. The force at play here. It was changing things around her, subtle. Trying to make her act. Faden didn't like that. Her guide felt it too. Polaris didn't flare up in defense as with the hiss. So it wasn't all bad. Not a hostile transmission. It was powerful, but it was coming from far away. And made weak because of the distance. It was a distress call. Faden sensed a drowning man. A man desperate to escape. She sensed something else too. A hunger in the dark. Not unlike the hostile resonance. Waiting. She knew that desperate acts can have grim consequences. It was this, more than the man's despair, that made her follow the call. The elevator lights winked back on. The darkness receded like a memory. There was a new button on the elevator control panel. Investigation Sector. Faden pressed the button. The elevator doors slid shut with practiced bravado.
I like the line, "She sensed a drowning man." Reminds me of Alan Wake 1, the line where he says, "A drowning man will clutch at a straw." So there we go. That is a vision of Alan. The live-action actor for Alan is Ilka Villi, and the voice is Matthew Peretta, in all forms of Alan Wake, whether it's the live-action version or it's the in-game version. Matthew Peretta voices all versions of Alan, but the physical actor is Ilka Villi. And this DLC focuses on quite a lot of stuff from Alan Wake. So I wanted to do this DLC as part of this playthrough because Alan Wake 1 is celebrating its 15th anniversary, and I want to read all the Alan Wake stuff in the DLC as well. Zombie, you're fine. Sometime in between different scheduled playthroughs, you're playing Bat-Tank Forever on and off again, so you got back to that and finished off that playthrough. Now you're replaying a game you've almost free-roamed on time to time again with more recent times. This might potentially be your first time replaying the game from the get-go, in fact, which is just cause for. Finished up the prior playthrough today as well as got started with the later one. I've seen some of 3, I think it was. Never actually played any of those games as well. They looked alright, but I don't know if I'm interested enough to play them, but you never know. Alright, so I want to get... Here we go. Shield energy recovery. Energy will recover while shield is active. Definitely want to get that. Alright, so now I want to focus on the C's skills. There we go. So Just Cause 3 is overall the best of the franchise. I've definitely heard that it is. I never actually heard about it until someone was playing the third one.
Hello? Anyone here? Guess not. Seems a lot more crowded than the rest of the bureau.
Casey Inquiry. Mr. Dennis, a request came through recently from an FBI agent asking for all our files on Bright Falls, specifically on the disappearance of the author Alan Wake. Per the Interagency Information Exchange Agreement, I had some paper pushers gather up a folder of all the pre-approved files. Don't worry, all the inappropriate material is either missing or redacted. But I'm writing to let you know that we received this request from a special agent named Alex Casey. Sounds familiar, right? That's because Alex Casey is the name of the fictional detective in those hard-boiled crime books Alan Wake wrote. Pretty interesting that an FBI agent sharing a name with the most famous character Wake wrote is looking into a case dealing with a writer's fiction coming true. I think this is worth looking into, but what's your opinion? Just give the word and I'll start surveillance on this guy, Special Investigator Gleason. Alright, so I'm going to delve into Alan Wake 2 spoiler territory here. At the time that this content came out, Alan Wake 2 hadn't actually come out yet. This game came out in 2019. Alan Wake 2 eventually came out in 2023. But in Alan Wake 2, we find out that Alex Casey is not just a fictional character that Alan wrote, but he's also actually a real FBI agent that exists. That Alan was actually writing without being consciously aware that he was actually seeing visions of an actual person's life and was putting bits and pieces of the real Alex Casey's life into the Alex Casey novels as well. So a little bit of the pretzel kind of like logic of the Remedyverse. Darling investigation. Official findings report regarding Dr. Casper Darling. Per authorization from Mr. Kirkland, internal investigation D0845 was launched into the ethical practices of Dr. Casper Darling, head of research. Despite the accounts of anonymous redacted regarding inhumane treatment of a redacted currently housed in the Bureau, our official findings regarding this were inconclusive. Numerous obstacles arose during this investigation. The majority of redacted sector personnel seemed to be wholly unaware of any such redacted contained there. One redacted confirmed the redacted's code name to be redacted, but all files pertaining to that name were inaccessible, being classified under the highest clearance level. Investigators were similarly blocked from entering the redacted research wing to interview its staff. The matter was further complicated by the lack of clarity on whether non-human paranatural entities warrant humane treatment. While this investigation cannot address any charges against Dr. Darling, we do recommend an investigation into redacted research. Redacted 2017. Mr. Kirkland, here are latest agents confirmed missing, presumed dead, from the containment breach yesterday. Agent Jonathan Connor, Researcher Ezra Cruz, Agent Caroline Dempsey, Agent Lindsay Malcolm, Agent Charles Murray, Agent Derek Shah. Letters of condolence will be delivered to you to sign prior to sending them to their families. You will be updated as soon as additional confirmations are made. Also, per your request, a network engineer checked how many cases were backed up digitally. Unfortunately, a large number of active investigations were not archived yet, and the only hard copies of reports exist behind the firebreak. They're lost, I'm afraid. Keystone inspection. Mr. Kirkland, we stopped at Keystone on our way to the target AWE, like asked. I'm sending my report directly to you to try and keep a lid on this Grumman Morales desertion issue. We didn't find any sign of them here. Given their records, it is possible they've switched teams, like you suspected, but I don't think that's the case. An event definitely occurred here in Keystone, and I think Grumman and Morales got caught up in it. The entire population has vanished into thin air. Reminds me of the Ordinary case, but that was just the adults, if I'm remembering the file correctly. This is different. I think our guys are casualties, not traitors. If it was an Altered World event, it seems to be over. We walked through the whole town, and the only strange thing we noticed were markings on various buildings. 2 overlapping circles with a dot in the shared space. Could be unrelated. I'll show you the pictures when I get back. In the meantime, you should send a team out here to cordon this place off and maybe get the comms guy working on a cover story. Sincerely, Agent Keenum. Tractor procedures. Borough tractor, altered item 82KE. Item is not in Bureau custody. None known. A Frank Elk tractor, olive green, dried blood on the grill when last seen. Item is capable of vocalized responses, or growls, and unmanned locomotion, considered highly aggressive and dangerous. The item first came to the Bureau's attention after the death of William Burrow, owner of Burrow Farm outside of Trenton, Texas. Local authorities arrived on scene after an employee found the mutilated body of Mr. Burrow beneath his tractor. Police arrived but were immediately driven away by the tractor. Panic calls to federal authorities were intercepted by Bureau communication staff. A team was dispatched. Upon arrival, the agents approached the item. It responded by growling like a bear. 3 agents were injured when they tried to detain the item, which escaped. Aerial searches for the item are ongoing. Speaking to Mrs. Burrow only revealed that she had a domestic altercation with Mr. Burrow earlier the night of the incident. Whether these events are connected is currently unknown. Ethics investigation. Official findings report. The Prime Candidate Program. Per authorization for Mr. Kirkland, internal investigation P1429 was launched into the legality of the Prime Candidate Program redacted by the Federal Bureau of Control. Since all known subjects relevant to the investigation used executive privilege to decline interviews, very little first-hand information was gathered. However, anonymous sources and documentation declassified by Mr. Kirkland both paint an alarmingly clear picture of systematic redacted and redacted. Redacted were brought into the oldest house and placed under redacted examination and testing with the aim of appointing one as director upon maturity. This program has produced no successful cases and only resulted in the traumatic redacted, a paranaturally inclined redacted. Not only is this in breach of the ASH Act, but it flies in the face of basic human redacted. This investigation team unequivocally redacted the Prime Candidate Program and recommends that it be redacted immediately. Tractor supplement, Burrow Tractor, altered item 82KE. Note, miscommunication led to a local coroner examining the body of William Burrow. Burrow William, male Caucasian, case summary, 33-year-old man found dead on his property, per police report. Remains obtained for coroner's office also include blood, urine, bile, stomach contents, and bone fragments. Autopsy findings, blunt force injuries to the head, lacerations left ear and cheek, blunt force injuries, extremities, dislocation right knee, complete avulsion of the right upper extremity with associated fracture of the proximal right humerus, extensive trauma, abdominal region, complete avulsion of multiple organs including stomach, heart, liver, pancreas, kidneys, and portions of the large and small intestine, all missing from scene. Conclusion. It is my opinion that Mr. Burrow's death is not the result of a mechanical accident as claimed by authorities. The removal of organs is consistent with animal attack. Resignation letter, Federal Bureau of Control, redacted of redacted 2019, to whom it may concern. It is with great anger and regret that I tender my resignation as head of investigations for the Federal Bureau of Control. I do this in protest of the rampant disregard for my department's redacted. My staff cannot continue to work in these conditions. Previous requests and warnings have fallen on deaf ears, so I must now rely on my actions to speak louder than my words ever could. I blame this situation on our redacted, who has routinely ignored my requests for assistance in reclaiming the parts of the investigation sector lost to the redacted loose inside. I will never forget the screams of brave agents begging for us to open that firebreak. I will carry that shame for the rest of my days. The redacted has failed his agents. I shall never forgive him for that. Sincerely, William Kirkland. Staffing issue. Mr. Dennis. So yes, there's an increase in AWE cases, and yes, it would be a good idea to put together a special task force to examine exactly why that is. However, it seems that a tiny little detail has slipped through the cracks. We don't have the damn staff. If you expect us to detect, investigate, and process more AWE cases, you need to give us more people. It's simple math. Between the staff we lost in the Hartman thing and the ones who left for other departments after Kirkland quit, we're barely managing to keep up with the workload. Hell, just filing the paperwork for all the altered items we left behind in the sector has been an ordeal. Another thing, and this is going to sound paradoxical, but we have an overcrowding situation. This lobby isn't meant to accommodate a whole sector's worth of staff. We put forward a motion to move investigations to a more suitable location months ago. It better not still be sitting on your desk. The people are getting restless and, as Kirkland's interim replacement, it's your job to handle it. Best regards, Agent Grayson. So the Hartman thing is responding to is related to Dr. Emil Hartman, who was in Alan Wake 1. He's the psychiatrist who helps artists when they struggle with their work. And he wanted to use the power of the Dark Presence and Alan's writing to actually make whatever he wanted come true. And in this DLC, he's actually the main antagonist that we have to fight against. We have to fight a mutated version of him that is a mixture of being possessed by the Dark Presence, but also being possessed by the Hiss at the same time. Cauldron Lake update. Federal Bureau of Control. To Chief Investigator Dennis. It happened again. Third time this year. Something certainly has it out for our redacted. Could be raccoons. The locals certainly complain about them enough. But why the hell would raccoons keep going after a monitoring station? Doesn't add up. Anyway, I've got a Bureau tech going to the site next week to take a look. In Alan Wake 2, we actually see this Bureau tech going to the site. Next on the list of recurring problems are the staff at the Lake House Research Station. How am I supposed to effectively keep an eye on Redacted Lake if they won't let me see any data? Hell, I don't even know what they're researching out there. We need to petition them again to share their info with investigations agents. It's only a matter of time before this Redacted hits again, and I want to be prepared. Anyway, if anyone at headquarters asks why the Bright Falls report is a little thin this month, tell them it's because we couldn't take any readings. In the meantime, I might invest in some raccoon traps. Sincerely, Agent Estevez. Nice. So this is Agent Kieran Estevez, who we play as in the Lake House DLC for Alan Wake 2, and who you meet in the main story as well. So that's cool. Director Investigation. Official findings report regarding Redacted. Per authorization for Mr. Kirkland, Redacted was launched into the Redacted of Director Zachariah Trench. A recent change in Redacted witnessed in Director Trench, including aggressive Redacted when redacted with other staff, has been observed. However, this investigation is aimed at interpreting this issue rather than proving it. Notable Redacted between Director Trench and Dr. Darling has been witnessed by numerous Bureau staff. Although both declined to meet for an interview on the matter, witness accounts suggest their arguments center around the Dimensional Research Wing and the Redacted kept inside. However, no evidence exists to confirm Director Trench's Redacted as anything more than interpersonal disagreements. This investigation has concluded that Director Trench's behavior is not indicative of any Redacted and that his fitness to lead is not in question. Refer to file Redacted for full report. Trench. Official warning. Kirkland, I'm growing tired of your blatant attempts to lay your incompetence at my doorstep. I know you want this to be true, but you are head of investigations. This failure is your responsibility. What did you think would happen, holding a dangerous specimen in investigations? The containment sector exists for a reason. They are better trained and better equipped for this type of work. In fact, they have admirably taken on certain AWE monitoring responsibilities that your staff are no longer capable of. This happens more and more now. And don't think your petty internal investigations have gone past my notice. You are a worm. Everything I've done has been for the benefit of the Bureau. The Prime Candidate program only failed because of Darling. You are both failures plotting against me. You are traitors, but the truth will emerge out of you. You are choosing to become my enemy, Kirkland. You don't want to be. Zachariah Trench, Director of the Federal Bureau of Control. You can tell the Hiss's influence here because as per the end of Control's main story, the possession of Director Trench by the Hiss wasn't an instantaneous thing. It was something that actually was brewing over months as well. So there's certain dialogue here related to the Hiss incantation. Alright, so I know you want this to be true. In the Hiss incantation, there's a line that says you want this to be true. This happens more and more now. In the Hiss incantation, there's a line that says this happens more and more now. You are a worm. There's a line here that says you are a worm through time. In the Hiss incantation. Truth will emerge out of you. The egg cracks and the truth will emerge out of you. So I like how they did that with this document. Underhill background. Official findings report regarding Dr. Rhea Underhill. Dr. Rhea Underhill is a professor at the University of Woodrow in the United Kingdom, where she teaches biology with a focus on botany. Dr. Underhill once worked with the Bureau as a parabotanist stationed in the research sector of the oldest house. She served with no incidents or demerits and is praised by those who formerly worked with her, including Dr. Darling. Dr. Underhill has no known connections to paracriminal organizations or any record of breaching her NDAs since leaving the Bureau. Her civilian behavior has been ideal, with the exception of an ongoing personal relationship with Dr. Darling that appears to have begun during their time as co-workers in the research sector and revisited intermittently ever since. Depending on the duration of her work in the oldest house, it may be required to have both parties sign a relationship clearance form. This investigation has found no compelling reason to deny Dr. Darling's request to offer Dr. Underhill an interim position with the aim of finding a solution to the mold threshold issue.
It's not working. Probably lose power core somewhere. There. Now that gate should open.
Specimen Escape Assessment Official Findings Report. The purpose of internal investigation X0397 is to examine the containment failure of specimens SI1 that resulted in the deaths of redacted agents. An inspection report of the containment equipment 3 days earlier showed no faults. Investigators suspect human error to be the cause, yet no department has provided any evidence to support this. Technicians were able to recover the researcher's notes on the specimen from the internal network. On the redacted of redacted, the specimen began displaying a sharp increase in aggressive redacted. Cross-referencing that date with various logs found only two events inconsistent with the sector's daily routine. One, the air filters were changed, and two, an hour prior to the incident, a civilian named Alice Redacted, I was going to say Alice Wake, because that's who it is, Alice Wake, entered the sector regarding an unrelated investigation. Given their connection to the same AWE case, it is likely that Mrs. Wake's presence is relevant to the specimen's escape and to the redacted. Investigation is ongoing.
I'm no detective, but something definitely happened here.
The Blessed Organization. Paracriminal Profile. The Blessed Organization. This group individual has operated outside of the Bureau's notice for decades, perhaps longer, displaying a level of skill and caution rarely seen in paracriminal groups. A review of past cases has found various mentions of their activity over the years. In 2016, a production company called Blessed Pictures was connected to an altered item case, as well as the death of an agent from exposure to illicit paranatural materials. In 1994, a Los Angeles-based public speaker named Chester Bless was involved in the illegal use of an altered item. In 1988, a business called Blessed Repair and Service was suspected of involvement with an object of power case, perhaps even creating it. None of these businesses or individuals have ever been located. However, their connection to appearances of altered items and objects of power is too direct to be considered circumstantial. An arrest order has been issued for any persons believed to be involved with the Blessed Organization.
Do we know each other? This feels familiar. I can't seem to... I've forgotten it. I'm sorry. My name is Alan Wake. Who are you? Who are you? Do I know you?
I'm your friend Tom. Tom Zane. There's nothing to worry about.
Tom. The poet. The diver. You look different.
That was just a role. A character. The protagonist I played in my old film. I'm a filmmaker. An auteur like yourself. We're working on this together, remember? An artistic collaboration. You need a drink. Gitmiş.
Endless darkness. Nothing holds still.
But we're very close now. You've been riding. You found a way to escape. It'll work this time.
Riding?
You found a way!
No. I don't... Wait. There's something. It's my double. He's out there. I've seen it.
Yeah. Nothing to worry about. I'm dealing with it. It's fine, my friend. Let me handle him.
You've met him? What the hell?
Now, come on. You misunderstand me.
That was Alan Wake, the writer who went missing in that AWE case I read about. What's he doing here? And Thomas Zane was with him. The poet. No, wait. He was a filmmaker. I always remember that wrong.
So that foreshadows some of what happens in Alan Wake 2. Alan working with Thomas Zane, the filmmaker, forgetting about the writing that he was doing, the collaboration that he was doing with Thomas Zane, but also Thomas Zane interacting with Mr. Scratch and all that kind of stuff. So keep in mind, this was 2019. I think the DLC for this came out in 2020, was it, I think? AWE DLC. Yeah, so it came out in 2020. So it came out pretty far after the initial release of the base game as well. But yeah, this DLC came out in 2020. Alan Wake 2 came out in 2023. Visit the Pacific Northwest Wonderland. That's where Bright Falls is located. Then we have New York, which is where the Federal Bureau of Control building is. And it's also a dark version of that Alan experiences in Alan Wake 2.
Dr. Emil Hartman, devoured by hungry darkness, became the thing that had been Hartman. Broke loose, killed everyone it could, lurking, roaming, waiting. Then something else came, a resonance. The thing that had been Hartman went through another change. Dr. Emil Hartman was desperate. The Federal Bureau of Control had stolen his life's work. This was his last chance, his final experiment, what he'd been too scared to do before. Hartman dove into the lake, was taken, devoured by hungry darkness, became the thing that had been Hartman. Only an echo of him remained, fragmented impulses on autoplay, violent, bloodthirsty darkness in the driver's seat. Emerging from the lake, the thing was captured by the FBC, brought in, contained, studied. The thing broke loose, killed everyone it could. The FBC fell back and sealed the sector. The thing was alone in the dark, lurking, roaming, waiting. Then something else came. Not darkness, but similar enough. A sound. A resonance. It shouldn't be a surprise. If there's one, why not another? The darkness inside the thing could have been immune, could have resisted, fought, could have been passed by, passed through with no effect. But it didn't, and it wasn't. Maybe it had grown weaker over time, not aged. It was timeless, but weaker with no link to its source. A metamorphosis followed. The thing that had been Hartman went through another change.
Hey there, Zereth. Welcome on in. Control yourself. You use the name of the game in a sentence while I'm playing the game. Or is this actually real? What if this game is real life and real life is actually the game?
Creepy, damp, and abandoned. Why did Wake want me to come here? That doesn't look like a house shift. Do I even want to know? guess the Hiss are already in here.
Foot gossip. Hello. My feet gossip at night, and now I have to wear shoes to bed. Sincerely, me. Something weird is afoot with that guy. It must taint his soul. You have to tiptoe around him. Hartman arrest. Official arrest report. Hartman Emil. Wake, Allen, Anderson Tor, Anderson Odin, Redacted, Lane, Rudolph, DeSalle, Wendy, Emerson, Thomas, Redacted. Dennis Special Agent Remy, officer name. Charges: Code 4, kidnapping of altered individuals, 1 count. Code 8, sanctions against altered organizations, 1 count. Code 37, obstruction of Bureau investigation, 1 count. Code 74, breaching the Ash Act, 6 counts. Additional notes. Offender's property seized as evidence to be used in conjunction with an ongoing AWE investigation. Offender's personal effects have been sent to research for analysis. After being cleared by Bureau researchers, all victims have been released. Biannual surveillance orders were assigned to each, except the Anderson brothers, due to their senility, and Wake, possibly deceased. Alright, so Tor and Odin, they are the old gods of Asgard, the last 2 surviving members of the band, and Rudolph Lane is the painter in Alan Wake 1 at the lodge. Wendy DeSalle is also one of the people who is there at the Cauldron Lake Lodge. Thomas Emerson, he was the one that worked on video games. And the redacted name there would be Emil Hartman. No, not Emil Hartman. Who else would it be? Well, they're called victims, but they're not victims that died. They're victims that were affected by what was happening. But Rudolph Lane is actually in the Lake House DLC for Alan Wake 2.
This darkness is blocking the door, so now I have to deal with an interdimensional noise and sentient shadows. Whoa. Looks like the house has gotten a little wild in here.
It has gotten a bit wild. You could say also that it has become wilder. Courtney Hope, who plays Jessie Faden in this game, also played a character named Beth Wilder in Quantum Break. That's why I'm doing that pun.
Light burns it away, huh? Makes sense.
Did Alan finally wake up? Was it all a dream, or...
Thank you, Zereth, for redeeming the Bane impression. It must have been the wind. Maybe that's the ore that Bane was talking about. Hey there, Bioshock. How's it going? Oh, that's good, Bioshock. Glad to hear that. Orange peel. You are a worm through time. The thing that had been Hartman.
The third thing. The sound made darker, the darkness made louder. Hartman was stretched, like a worm through time. The third thing was a monster. Now he crashed out of darkness toward Faden. The resonance carves its way through the thing that had been Hartman, vibrating, remolding. The sound changes the darkness, and the darkness changes the sound. They both changed what remained of Hartman. They all turned into something else. A third thing. The sound made darker. The darkness made louder. Hartman was stretched. Stretched as anyone when seen from out of time, like a worm through time. Almost an Ouroboros, a spiral, a maelstrom. The gravity well of a black hole, twisting inward, tightening, taking you deeper and deeper to the bottom, the heart, and through to the other side. The third thing said, when you hear this, you will know you're in new you. He said, we build you till nothing remains. He said, under the conceptual reality, behind this reality, you must want these ways to drag you away. He said, baby, 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 yeah, orange peel. The third thing was a monster. He'd tear apart any ordinary person crossing his path. Now he crashed out of darkness toward Faden. There was nothing ordinary about Faden.
Nice one, Zereth, giving the orange peel sunglasses.
Reminder, all employees are required to report their hours at the end of each month. The Federal Bureau of Control maintains that time is not subjective, and hours passed on alternative planes cannot be claimed. Astral dives do not accumulate overtime compensation. Thank you for your attention.
Aw, but why not? It's like you have to work 8 hours in the day, let's say, but then you have to go and astral dive, and then 48 hours later you come back and they're like, well, we know you spent 48 hours in the astral plane, but we can't actually pay you for those hours, so we only just pay you for the 8 hours that you worked before you went into the astral plane. NASA Cooperation Review, Interagency Cooperation Decision regarding NASA. Following the NASA-FBC Coordination Agreement of 1972, the Bureau has provided NASA with numerous technological advancements based on our research, including the black rock lining now found in all spacefaring vessels. In return, all data gathered during space missions is made available for Bureau researchers to analyze. Recently, certain individuals have raised the concern that this relationship does not adequately benefit the Bureau, either intellectually or financially. A thorough examination of the costs accrued by both organizations has shown that the expense of NASA's recent launch of the Redacted far outweighs any spending related to the processing and delivery of black rock. From its medium Earth orbit, the Redacted will provide the Bureau with an unparalleled resource for remotely monitoring and photographing AWE sites, a resource that would be lost if the partnership ends. It is the opinion of this committee that maintaining a cooperative relationship with our colleagues at NASA is of a vital importance. Artie has some more jobs. Black market. Official findings report. Illegal altered item market. A black market hub specializing in the trade of occult talismans, relics, and other assorted ceremonial objects, as well as genuine, altered, and paranatural materials was raided and redacted, Czech Republic, by a team of special investigators. Unsuccessful attempts by suspects to escape using altered items resulted in numerous casualties and prevented the Bureau from questioning all participants. The following interrogations revealed that not only is there a vast network of these retailers, but that they seem to be gathering information on altered items and other paranatural materials from sources unknown to the Bureau. The Bureau's concern here is threefold. There is a growing underground market for paranatural materials, which implies a growing awareness of their existence among a niche group of the general public. These individuals do not seem aware of the item's paranatural powers, and their attempts to activate them could prove devastating if done in populated areas. The motivations of these collectors are largely unknown.
Agent Fisher, day 6 inside the motel. Utilized surveillance methods are as follows. Fiber optic cameras slid under the individual room doors. Motion detectors in the lobby area. Tripwire, triggering a flash camera across the main entrance. Even fingerprint powder on the front desk. Results are varying at best. But mostly just inconclusive and unusable. The footage is corrupted. Sometimes even the equipment is damaged. I don't know how, exactly. I think this place is making fun of me. That's the only explanation. I can hear them laughing and screaming behind the closed doors. I can hear the call bell go and ding multiple times a day, but when I look, there's no one there. I know I'm supposed to stay out of sight, but I've seen the doors closing just before I can catch even a glimpse of anyone or anything. They're messing with me, whoever they are. I think... Wait, shh. There's something. I gotta get this. Gotta get the cable out. Come on, you fiber optic fuck, cooperate. Okay, there we go. definitely heard movement coming from the hallway. I think I might have finally caught one. Ha! The recording better work this time or I swear to God I'll... What? Hello? Who's there? Oh, shit. I'm with the FBC. Move away from the door. I have a... Where's my...
Interrogation complaint. Kirkland, so you put me on desk duty just because I did the thing I was fucking hired to do? My job? Want to know what I call that? Bullshit. Asking us to interrogate these scum without using words like altered items or AWEs or paracriminal is the stupidest thing I've heard in my life, and I've heard some fucking stupid things. They already know the facts. Hell, they know just as much as us, if not more. And they get to sit there laughing at us while we dance around our words trying not to leak classified terminology. They already know the fucking terminology. If you think pulling me off the case will stop me, then think again. That piece of shit blew up those tracks. He killed those people, all to make a train turn altered. We have him dead to rights, and you need to let me back in that interrogation cell so I can get him to flip on his buddies. These people are terrorists and deserve to be treated as such. This won't stop unless we stop them. You can go ahead and put me on suspension. See if that slows me down. Agent Hewitt.
Agent Fisher, they said...
Just do it, Agent Hewitt. Makes me think Jennifer Love Hewitt. Indeed, Zomb. It's redacted. Imagine playing a drinking game with these games that when you actually see the word redacted... Well, you don't actually see the word redacted, but if you read the documents and say redacted, take a shot every time you do. I don't recommend it, so I'm not advocating that someone does this. It's like, don't try this at home. Not that I'm trying it myself. Technically, it doesn't say redacted. Exactly, Zom, yeah. I sort of went back and forth when making that emote, because I thought I could just make it a black bar, but then maybe not everyone would pick up on what it was. So I thought I'd put the word redacted there. Zomb, enhance the emote. Nothing is true. Everything is redacted. Eagle Limited, AWE. A train derailment resulting in 62 casualties and numerous injuries was suspected to have been the work of a paracriminal group known as Redacted. As a result of this event, the agents discovered that one of the cars had become altered with a persistent auditory event. It remains to be determined whether the AWE was spontaneous or the direct result of the sabotage. The Bureau had been tracking said group at the time, and the intel gathered suggested an event of this caliber was imminent in Bloomington. As a result, a response team on site was able to respond to the train accident site within minutes of its occurrence. They arrived to find emergency processes underway, but also equipment left behind by the suspected group. A suspicious onlooker managed to elude agents after they attempted to make contact. Further investigation of the accident site revealed a curiously undamaged train car that exhibited an altered state when entered. This individual car was secured and transported to the investigation sector for further studies. It's mirrored, so now it's Det Kedar. Very clever. The Shadow. Examination of paranatural entities. The Shadow. Paranatural entity A-010, aka the Shadow, is an aggressive redacted consisting of 3 known types. Type A, localized manifestations of sentient redacted capable of occupying organic and inorganic material, as well as exerting redacted over its surroundings. Type B, shaded individuals, human bodies redacted by the Shadow. These individuals become notably more aggressive, but do seem to retain redacted of their previous selves. Research is ongoing as to whether this condition is reversible. Type C, shaded objects, similar to Type B except that inanimate objects are redacted solely to be used as destructive tools. Each type seems to work towards a shared goal, possibly targeting certain individuals. See AWE 35, which may imply a shared link to a redacted intelligence. The threat this entity poses warrants immediate exploration of offensive-defensive measures. The investigation sector is being outfitted with additional lighting sources, some internally powered, to prepare for the eventuality of unredacted.
My understanding of the darkness is incomplete. My understanding of the darkness is fragmented, incomplete. This abyss, this void, it very much does not wish to be understood. If light symbolizes knowledge, then it stands to reason that darkness would equate to ignorance. By its very nature, it abhors comprehension. Of course, my own nature drives me to comprehend all. We are opposing forces, destined to collide. And given this conflict of natures, we know that the light of truth will burn away the darkness, both figuratively and literally. Any significant light source can be used as protection, even weaponry, against this metaphysical gloom. And then there are the artists. I know for a fact that Tom, Wake, the Anderson brothers, and Lane all had some involvement with the darkness. The question is whether their uncanny ability to affect reality through their art beckons the darkness, or did their work perhaps even create it? With Wake now secure in my lodge, I expect I shall grow closer to learning the answers to these questions. Assuming he cooperates, which is proving quite the challenge. Well, perseverance is the foundation of knowledge. Speaking of, I must be off on my rounds.
Okay, so that's a recording that Emil Hartman made during the events of Alan Wake 1, when Alan was in his lodge.
This abyss, this void, it very much does not wish to be understood. If light symbolizes knowledge, then it stands to reason that darkness would equate to ignorance. By its very nature, it abhors.
Something in this darkness is draining me.
Brian Hennerman, 21 years old, resident of Southern Texas.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but I really don't understand why I'm here.
You know what you did, Mr. Hennerman.
I do?
Tell me about Delivery Disaster.
The movie? I mean, it wasn't very good.
That's not what your review said, but we'll come back to that. Tell me where you got the movie from.
Movie night with a K, not an N, not night like nighttime, but...
Who contacted you? Who told you to review that film?
No one. I just did it because it looked obscure. I didn't even like the movie. I shouldn't have given such a high score, but reviewing obscure films makes you look smart. And I thought if I looked smart, I would get listeners. My podcast would take off and I could move out of my parents' basement and maybe even go to college and get a film degree like I've always wanted to. I swear. I swear, I swear, I swear.
Okay, the kid doesn't know shit. I'm ending the session.
I like that. The kid doesn't know shit. Ending the session. Vending machine procedures. None known. Testing in the investigation sector is currently ongoing. A vending machine, its front covered in a faux wood panel, coin-operated buttons for selecting food products. The item generates and stores a variety of material, both edible and otherwise, in its rows of internal trays. Initial testing suggests the item reacts to the mind of the individual in closest proximity and will produce whatever they subconsciously desire. Attempts to cause the item to create a living redacted have consistently failed. The item was discovered in a nursing home in redacted Alberta after a resident named Muriel, redacted, called a local news station about a magic vending machine. The news story reported that the nursing home staff was purposefully stocking the machine with distinctive food and objects as a way to raise resident spirits. The Bureau response team encouraged this story while confiscating the item.
Brian.
Hey there, Scar. How's it going? I like this. Night Springs screenplay, page 1. Note, this screenplay was found after the Bureau acquired the Night Springs television series and all its past episode scripts. It appears to be written by Alan Wake as part of an application to become one of the show's writers. Night Springs spec script. Episode, Over the Threshold, Darkly, by Alan Wake. Host, voiceover. It is only human nature to wish to control the forces around us, and even more so to possess them. But what happens when those forces are not ours to claim, or even of this world? What if they are the things you can discover in Night Springs? Do-do-do-do-do. Boom, boom, boom. Internal Secret Lab Night. We are in a secret lab. The large sign on the wall reads, The Federal Bureau of Night Springs. Scientist. I've told you several times, Director, it isn't ready. Director. It's ready when I say it's ready, Doctor. Scientist. But the being beyond the portal, we have no control over it. Scar, you're still awake. We'll go to bed soon at 6 a.m. Oh, really? So nice and early? Yeah, I've definitely been there. That's for sure. Well, I hope you get some good rest when you go to sleep. I hope you've had a good weekend so far. So currently the time here is 3:48 p.m. I've started the stream a bit early today because I'd like to get this done with enough time to start Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. Official findings report regarding Dr. Emil Hartman. Dr. Emil Hartman is an academic psychotherapist that owned and operated a recovery center in redacted Washington focused on the treatment of artists struggling with creative blocks and other mental disorders. Publicly, Dr. Hartman's treatment center seemed unremarkable in its methods and purpose. Privately, however, Dr. Hartman was abusing his patients in order to utilize any latent redacted abilities they may possess with the aim of shaping redacted to his own benefit, which has earned him a Class II paracriminal designation. Note: for more on the link between artists and their ability to redacted reality through artistic mediums, see file redacted. Investigation has proven that Dr. Hartman's illegal endeavors were conducted alone. After being approached by the Bureau during the redacted investigation, he displayed no remorse or intention to cease his actions. Dr. Hartman was taken into custody, evaluated, and released redacted months later, having been deemed a negligible threat. His medical license has been permanently revoked. Hey there, Kill Bandit. Welcome on in, and thank you so very much for the 19 months in a row of subscribing. I really do appreciate that a lot, Kill Bandit. Thank you for that, and thank you for using your Prime as well. That's awesome. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a good weekend. So, Scar, it's Saturday here at the moment. So I'm a bit early. It's usually early in the morning your time when I start, and it's only 23:49 hours right now here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I used to actually stream much earlier my time. I used to stream between like 10 a.m., like start time, 10 a.m. To 12, and I'd go for 8, 9, 10 hours sometimes as well. But then I started to not really have a time that I would start, because I found more and more that I was getting to a point where I was like, I don't feel like streaming at this time now. I'll wait another hour. And sometimes I'd get to that hour and go, I still don't feel like streaming. So I thought it'd be better just to not have any time schedule as well. I know it kind of sucks because it'd be good for people to know exactly what time I'm going to start a stream. But I don't want to keep on saying I'll be here in an hour, half an hour, an hour. So I'd rather just start when I start, kind of thing. Cheers, Kill Bandit. It's going okay? Oh, that's good. I hope that you have a great weekend. And I hope that you have a great new year as well. Cheers, Kill Bandit. Thank you.
Shit. Now what? What is that?
Come on, elevator, time to go.
Dr. Emil Hartman was desperate.
Fuck. So you don't like the light? I can use that.
Okay, this room is really intimidating and all, but I know my rights.
arcade machines. Shoom. Shim? Shoom. Whoa. Whatever.
So they're mini games. I won't be doing those though. But if you do complete all of that, you do get an outfit. Scarlaw, so we're 11 hours in the future. This is true. If only time worked in such a way that I was literally in the future. Be good to actually know the lottery numbers and stuff. Also, you look like James Bond Lady 007. Yeah, this is the main character who is actually the director of the Federal Bureau of Control. And you get this outfit when you finish the main game story. There's no New Game Plus, unfortunately, so you can't start the game again, but with all the outfits you unlocked. So every playthrough, if there's a certain outfit you like, you have to redo the content to get it. Door appearance. Ocean View Motel observation report. An excursion into the Ocean View Motel and Casino discovered a previously unseen door in the lobby hallway. This door featured a spiral-shaped marking, designation door redacted. Similar to the other doors, it is locked and cannot be forced open. Alice Wake, a person of interest in the Bright Falls AWE, referred to AWE 35 for details, and the former wife of missing author Alan Wake, a suspected paratilitarrian and redacted, contacted Agents Shah and Dempsey of the investigation sector using the phone number given to her in 2010 in accordance with civilian outreach protocols. The call resulted in Mrs. Wake being brought into the oldest house for an in-person interview. For a full transcript, refer to file redacted on redacted 2017. The excursion into the Ocean View Motel occurred later that same day. Determining whether this was a basic synchronicity event, if Alice Wake is responsible for its appearance, or if the door itself relates to AWE 35 is paramount, she should be returned to the oldest house, possibly even taken into the motel itself to confirm if any other changes occur. Oh, that's right.
This room is really...
Hang on. Scar, you did kind of like Control. Oh, that's good. Yeah. I've played it a few times now, and I just really like the whole background thing of all the stuff. I think they did a good job with that as well. And being a fan of Alan Wake, it was great to see all the connections to that. And I love the world building that they've done, or universe building rather, with Control and Alan Wake and all that kind of stuff.
Okay, this room is really intimidating and all, but I know my rights. It's not a crime to try and get a book signed.
Making unauthorized contact with a dangerous paranatural entity is indeed a Bureau offense, Mr. Langston, and can be prosecuted as such.
Okay. Well, I didn't know that. Listen, this is being blown way out of proportion. All that happened is I heard Dr. Hartman had been brought in, and since I'm a huge Alan Wake fan, I thought it'd be cool to get a copy of The Creator's Dilemma signed. That's a book that Hartman wrote about...
We know what it is.
Okay, good. So yeah, I was just looking to fill out my Wake collection. I certainly didn't know Hartman had turned into some kind of shadow zombie.
That's a completely inaccurate description.
Whatever, listen, I'm just a desk jockey. I sort papers, do data entry, that kind of stuff. Don't come down on me like this. I made one mistake. I mean, I see people break the rules all the time and no one is pulling them into dark rooms to yell at them. Yesterday, Dave Gleason and his crew were talking to that empty spacesuit and laughing their heads off.
We're letting you off with a warning, Mr. Langston. But this is going on your record, so one more screw-up and our next chat won't be so friendly.
Great. That is just great to hear, guys. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hey, is there any chance I could get my copy of The Creator's Dilemma back?
Get out.
Like that. It's just like, get out. Oh, that's nice, Zomb. That controls your favorite Remedy game. That's awesome. Scar game did run kind of okay on PC until Black Rock area. FPS started to drop like crazy from explosions. Oh, that would have been so annoying. That's the thing about PC gaming that is something that kind of turns me off. Is just, things like that happening. It's bad enough when there's a console bug that causes a game to crash, let alone having all these sorts of technical issues that pop up.
Investigations.
Jesus, don't scare me like that, Langston.
If you're talking right now, I can't hear you. It's a one-way system. Try to find an intercom.
In the main game, Langston mentions his pet cat. And so in this DLC, there's some dialogue and stuff where he talks about his cat.
Langston, it's me, Jesse.
I know. I can see you on the monitors. The cameras in there haven't worked since we sealed that sector off a couple years back.
Let me guess. You sealed it because of the monster guy.
Wait, did you see Dr. Hartman? Jesus, I really wish you hadn't opened that fire break. Okay, listen, you need to find Hartman and kill him before he gets out into the Bureau.
That thing is a person?
He was a person. We brought him here to study after he was, altered in an AWE. I forget the medical word for what happened, but now light physically hurts him. Do you have a flashlight?
No.
A lantern? Headlamp? Oh, yeah, flare gun. Oh, Christmas lights. You could wrap them around your...
I don't have any of those, Langston.
Shit. Okay, well, I'm sure you'll think of something. I'll keep an eye on you from the Panopticon. This is kind of exciting, right?
Maybe from where you're standing.
Right, okay. Well, break a leg. Oh, why did I say that?
Okay, this Hartman thing can't have gotten very far. Let's go flush him out. Langston was right. This is kind of exciting.
It's just nice to have someone to talk to, you know? Ever since I got put in charge of the Panopticon, people treat me different, like I'm crazy for wanting to work with altered items. People just don't understand the altered items like I do, you know? I don't want to brag, but it does take a very empathetic mind to connect with the items.
Still,
I don't know why people are making it so personal.
Right.
I mean, the teams in research handle paranatural materials every day, and no one thinks they're weird. Well, maybe that's not true. Darling is famous for being a bit out there, but when he's weird, it's charming. Altered items really aren't that frightening once you get to know them. If you figure out what they like or don't like, you know, what sets them off, then there's nothing to worry about. I guess at the end of the day, we're still just wild animals scared of our own shadows. We're supposed to be on the same team, but sometimes it feels like it's every department for themselves, like it's a race and we're all trying to be number one. If it is a race, though, I'd say Darling is a mile ahead of everyone else. He was Trench's golden boy for years, but that relationship has gotten pretty tense, or so I've heard through the grapevine. Not that I spread rumors, just, you know, people talk. Not me, though. I keep my nose to the grind. Too much work to do to focus on those kinds of things. I need to stay focused so I can get my work done and get home to feed Alfred.
He's
Of
just
course,
gonna talk
can't
forever,
always
isn't
make
he?
it home for mealtime, so I have my neighbor check in on Alfred at 7 o'clock if I'm not back yet. She's very nice. Her name is Maria. She's older. She came to New York in the 50s to attend school and has been here ever since. She has a couple of kids. I met them at Thanksgiving. Big family. Very nice people. Anyway, she has a key to my apartment, and she gives Alfred his dinner if I'm not home. I'm gonna have to buy her a nice fruit arrangement as a thank you after this. I'm missing a lot of Alfred's meal times. She's probably gonna have to go to the store for more wet food. I'll have to remember to pay her back. Hold on, let me make a note. Pay back Maria for Alfred's food. Okay. Oh, one more thing. And buy her a fruit arrangement. All right, done. Are you a cat person? I don't think I ever asked. You seem like one, though. You'd like Alfred. He's very proper. Really carries himself well, you know? I named him after my favorite poet. Felt like a good fit. I got Alfred just before Sylvia died when I was at the... You know, I don't really remember where I got Alfred from. But, boy, those two did not get along. Oh, no. Sylvia thought she owned the place. Didn't like me getting in her way. Scratched me more than once when I was just trying to move her food bowl. That cat was a real asshole.
Wow.
I'm realizing now that
That's
language was
kinda
not
harsh.
entirely, professional. You see, Sylvia didn't tolerate most people, or animals, or anything. And that's what I meant when I said asshole. I would never use that word about a person. It was just, hey, there's a light flashing on the console here. I gotta, check this out. I'll get back to you later.
Real smooth, Langston.
Scar, to be honest, you still kind of don't understand why games supposed to crash on PS5. I mean, developer knows exactly the hardware. Also, PS5 has modern tech hardware, which is fast. But still, some games do randomly crash. You do understand when it happens on PC, but consoles, not too sure. I don't know why, Scar, but it happens sometimes. Where the game has crashed and the stream has ended automatically. And then people leave the stream because they think I ended the stream, even though I actually officially end my streams with an outro. I don't just abruptly end the stream and, not say anything. But yeah, when it happens, it's just so annoying. Especially if it happens when I'm close to finishing the stream anyway. Because I don't want to do a 20-minute stream just to finish a little bit of game that I was going to stream the rest of, but the game crashed and ended the stream, So yeah, when the game crashes on PS5, the whole system turns off the lights. It's a good night time. Exactly, it's just like, that's enough. All operations have to cease now. I just have this pet peeve. I don't like to have, 20 parts to a playthrough simply because the game crashed half an hour into a stream and I've got to have that 30-minute part be a part of the overall playthrough, Punch straight through the shield. Okay, then. Scar, also there's another thing which drives you crazy about PlayStation consoles, is corrupted save file. PlayStation Systems has been suffering from that for years. That is annoying when that's happened. Thankfully I haven't had that happen with the PlayStation 5. Scar Troll Station 5. It's living its own life. It's become fully aware. Arcade cabinet procedures. Shum. Arcade cabinets. A distance of 10 feet between the items suppresses their effect. Effect only triggers on physical contact. Items are a pair of arcade game cabinets originally designed for the games Shum and Shum 2, Kolga's Revenge. The games were manufactured by Bonco Entertainment, now out of business. Despite being a popular arcade in Japan during the late 80s, early 90s, no other Shum cabinets had been found by investigators. When touching one of the items while it stands within 10 feet of its counterpart, the user's mind is transported to a version of their subjective reality that resembles a video game in logic and function. Events from their everyday lives become game-like sequences in which speed and efficacy are paramount. The brain enters a stroke-like state, as proven by EEG studies on users, which only ends after the user finishes their game, at which point they resume normal brain and motor functions. No worries at all, Scar. I hope that you enjoy your sleep. Thanks for popping in, especially being so early where you are. Would like to definitely recommend people check out Scar's channel if you haven't before. Scar's doing a playthrough of Heroes of the Storm. Has also played Control in the past as well. Great streamer, so definitely recommend. And that's all good for the shout out, Scar. I hope that you have a great rest.
too dark in here to fight this thing.
Actor for hire. Dearest Hollywood, have you ever wished you had an actor who could do it all? Who could be a man or woman, an adult or child, a dolphin or a Boston Terrier? Well, today is your lucky day. My name is Gareth Clemens, and I am the world's greatest actor. Not only do I have years of stage experience, but I am an accomplished shapeshifter. Whether you need a misbehaving cat, ferocious wolfman, swashbuckling pirate, or debonair southern belle, I'm your man. Or am I? I'll be arriving in town on May 11, 1971, and will be available for meetings and auditions beginning on the 13th. See you in the movies, G. Clemens.
Okay, we're gonna try this one more time, and then we're done playing with you.
Understand. Jelly.
Where are you from?
Jumbo Green. Up and loose and heavy treat sandwich.
Jesus Christ, does anyone have any idea what this thing is saying?
Hotly. Dirt arrange you.
Why are you here? What the hell do you want? Why'd you stow away on that ship?
School bearing, boy. Eyes many cauterizing loops through and about. Wind and Windy Mitchell.
Did he just say Mitchell? Was there a Mitchell at NASA?
Tubes.
You know what? Never mind. I can't do this anymore. Just send this thing to the guys in research. Let them cut it up or whatever they do. You hear that? They're gonna cut you up, you pain in the ass.
Spider time.
It's a fun interview, that one.
Okay, we're gonna...
Gerbil took the top head. Hey there, Shadow. That's right, yesterday I finished the main story. How's your day going today?
Okay, I'm just going to freestyle a bit.
Here we go. Langston's going to freestyle it. Oh, that's great, Shadow. Glad to hear that. As for me, things are going well. The plan after finishing this DLC is to start my Assassin's Creed Brotherhood playthrough, which will be the first Assassin's Creed playthrough for 2025 on the channel. That game's celebrating its 15th anniversary this year, so there'll be multiple playthroughs of it. So I wanted to kick things off in that regard too as well.
Okay, I'm just going to freestyle a bit. My mother always said, never talk to strangers. Always. Never, never. Always, always. Never, never. But isn't a stranger just someone you don't know? What if the only thing stopping a stranger from being a friend is that word? Stranger. Strange. Strange like the noises you hear at night when there is no light and you cannot fight. Strange like a rubber duck that follows you around and makes you drop your coffee every time that it quacks because the noise scares you. Then you have to clean up the coffee while the duck stares at you and continues to quack, 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 quack.
Standing ovation. Standing ovation. Great freestyle, Langston. Best freestyle by a mile. Even on the River Nile. Shadow, then you got to avoid your channel. You don't want spoilers. That's definitely understandable, Shadow. Yeah, I can definitely understand that. I've done that too, where there's been like a game that someone is streaming that I watch, and I haven't finished it myself, so I like to, avoid spoilers and stuff.
Ah, so you think darkness is your ally? Well, you only adopted the dark. I was born in it, molded by it.
Stop bragging, Bane. We are literally one with the darkness. We are the dark. Thanks for redeeming those impressions, Zomb. Bane versus... Imagine Bane as a Taken. Thanks for redeeming those. Shadow, you're still playing Black Flag, so it might take long before you can play AC Brotherhood. Oh, that's totally fair, Ronan, yeah. Yeah, I was thinking for this playthrough I'm going to just do the story itself. So I won't be doing the DLC. There's a DLC with Brotherhood. I won't be doing it for this playthrough I'm going to do. So it'll just basically be going through the story.
My mother always said, never talk to strangers.
Looks like whatever force had a hold on Hartman isn't mixing well with his corruption. Blake did call him the third thing. A chain letter. I remember these. Mom used to say they were evil. Better do what it says. You know, just in case. There must be a photocopier around here.
Actually, we won't be doing that. Don't have time. Hey, Grail. Thank you so much for the raid, dude. Welcome to you and your raiders. I hope everyone's doing well. Zom seemed like a natural rivalry given that line of Banes. That's true, yeah. It definitely mixed together well. Black Flag is still your favorite UB-made AC game. Very nice, Zom. Yeah, it's such a great game, that one. Hey there, Grail. Welcome on in. How was your stream of Borderlands, the pre-sequel? I hope it's doing well. We finished the main game of Control yesterday, so we're doing the DLC related to Alan Wake. So just a heads up, there's some spoilers for Alan Wake games as well as this game as well. But thanks for the raid, Grail. I'm doing well. I'm having a good weekend. How about yourself? How's your weekend going? Oh, that's great. I'm glad to hear that your stream went well. That's awesome. So where are you up to in the game? Is it like a pretty decent sized campaign story, and like is there a lot of side stuff? Shaded Hartman. Examination of Paranatural Entities. Dr. Emil Hartman, shaded. Dr. Hartman is the first Type 2 shaded individual to be examined alive by the Bureau and has proven a valuable asset for our understanding of A-010, aka the Shadow. Like all shaded individuals, the specimen is constantly shielded by, or produces, a redacted of darkness that makes visual observation difficult. This redacted also protects the specimen from harm. During testing, non-lethal ballistics proved ineffective against it. The specimen uses words and phrases that seem to originate from its previous life as a therapist. Some phrases have even been identified as quotes from Dr. Hartman's book, The Creator's Dilemma. This seems to indicate that the host's personality remains redacted to some degree. For research purposes, Shaded Hartman was relocated to the Cauldron Lake Lodge replica built for the redacted AWE investigation. Researchers hope a familiar setting may trigger new behavior. This experiment has yielded no results thus far. Grail, oh yeah, so much to do, lol. You're in true Vault Hunter mode, just getting those levels and doing side quests, lol. Oh, excellent, that's great. It's good to get the most out of a game, especially when you really enjoy it too, and to do a lot of the side content as well. Zom Hartman remains a det cadder. Redacted backwards.
Director Faden here. Dispatch a ranger to this location.
We're in this together.
Oh, nice, Grell. That's awesome. That's good that your missus is enjoying the game as well. Okay, Night Springs page, screenplay page 3. We don't have page 2 yet. So I might wait till we have page 2 and then read those back to back. Shadow spoiler. Redacted. Exactly. Redacted. Grell, bro, you just picked up all 3 Arkham games on PS5 for $5.99. You're stoked, lol. Oh, excellent. That's great. That's a good deal for those. The only game in that series I haven't played that I actually count as part of that series, Kill the Justice League doesn't count, is Batman Arkham Origins. For me, the Arkhamverse finished with those games, with Arkham Knight. Okay, so that leads there. Like how that ranger just like dropped down. Just want to do a sweep for more documents. Yeah, Zom spoiler. Redacted in reverse. Grell, you haven't played Origins or Knight. You did play the Gotham Knights game, which was actually not bad. Oh yeah, I haven't actually played that one. Yeah, that came out a couple of years ago now, wasn't it? Hey there, Lucas. All that stuff. Stuff. How's it going, Lucas? Grell, Suicide Squad is bad. Yeah. I don't know what they were thinking with that one. Then again, that's new Rocksteady behind those games. Old Rocksteady doesn't exist anymore. That's the thing, unfortunately, with companies. When people who worked there, who actually made great games, go away, the unfortunate side effect is that people still attribute the games to being made by the same people, but they're not, because they don't work there anymore. But but the company still keeps going, of course. And then it's funny when companies start to celebrate the anniversaries of games by teams that don't exist anymore and act like they were the ones behind it all along. Like, I'm sure there was no mention in the celebrations of Assassin's Creed 2 officially by Ubisoft to thank people like Jade Raymond and Patrice Désilets and all the people who worked on the games back then for all their work. I mean, it's great that they do acknowledge people like Jesper Kyd, who did the music, and Roger Craig Smith, who played Ezio. That's cool and all. But there's definitely some other people that were involved in the creation of Assassin's Creed 2 that Ubisoft probably doesn't want to really mention. Like, wow, bad, yeah. And the thing was, like, I thought that the next logical step would be to do Batman Arkham Beyond. I think that would have been the next logical step for the Batman Arkham games. So from what you saw, Gotham Knights isn't worth playing either, but it's somehow not as tedious as Suicide Squad. Yeah, I mean, for me, Gotham Knights seemed more appealing than the Suicide Squad game did as well. It keeps getting repaired. Frau Mauro summary. A paranatural entity arrived on Earth by infiltrating the Apollo 14 lunar mission at an unknown point of their voyage to the Fra Mauro highlands of the Moon. 32 hours after the return of the Apollo 14's command module to Earth, the Bureau was contacted by Mr. Redacted, a White House senior official, and instructed to send a small team to the Johnson Space Center in Houston. At the base, the team examined the entity and carried out interviews with NASA staff. They learned that 4 astronauts had returned to Earth instead of the expected 3. Each human crew member was insistent that the mission left with 4 members, though they couldn't name the 4th when asked. The entity seemingly affected their memory to make its presence feel unremarkable. The entity was transported to the oldest house for further investigation. Note, an altercation between NASA security and the investigation team occurred upon their arrival. Mr. Redacted called to clarify the matter, though tensions remained high. Bureau jurisdiction and clearance should be defined more clearly with other federal agencies. Hey there, Zaius. Welcome on in. You thought this DLC was underwhelming? That's definitely fair enough. How's it going, dude? Welcome on in. Zaius, you played most of the daytime Prague sequence of Mankind Divided today. You started this morning, and are you taking a break from all the things to watch the snowstorm? You started this morning, and you still had a few quests to finish by the time it was sunset, trying to match sunset to Golem City infiltration. Oh, nice. Well, that's good progress, Zaius, then, in that game. It's a good one, that one. I like Human Revolution more, but I feel like Mankind Divided was a good follow-up. However, it's a shame that we'll never get an actual sequel to that one, because I feel like there's more to Adam Jensen's story that can be told, especially the cliffhanger ending that Mankind Divided has as well. So how is the snowstorm going, Zaius? Prague maybe more so than Detroit, lol. Yeah. I mean, it was interesting too to take it to a whole other country. Not that the previous game hadn't gone to a different country as well, but I mean to say, having the hub or the main part of the world that you go back to a few times being in Prague, I think that was a good idea to do that. Frau Mauro, AWE-7, the Apollo 14 entity commonly known as FRA, underwent a series of physical examinations upon its admittance into the Oldest House. The entity can speak, though its poor grasp of the English language makes any meaningful communication impossible. Interview material can be found at Redacted. Its physical form consists solely of the Extravehicular Mobility Unit, EMU, spacesuit used by NASA astronauts, the same model worn by the other crew. This could be an authentic EMU taken from one of the NASA astronauts, though this suit does not bear any wearer's name, or one materialized through redacted conversion or possibly redacted corporealization. The suit itself is slightly damaged, which is likely due to the fact that the command module did not have a fourth seat for the entity to strap into during re-entry. The EMU is entirely hollow and pieces can be removed, though this seems to agitate the entity. X-rays and spectrograph imaging have shown redacted shaped outlines existing within the suit. For safety reasons, the entity will be contained in a secure cell until more information can be gathered. Zaius, one of the creative team did an interview recently where he talked about the story threads to close the series. Apparently Jensen catches up to one member of the Illuminati and takes them out apparently, and it makes Bob Page original games evil. Never played those games. He probably catches up to the therapist. She's on the Illuminati, right? Elizabeth something or another with who? With WHO? Yeah, Zaius, that's true. Yeah, at the start of the game, she gets dismissed by the head of the Illuminati, and you see her as an old woman, but she doesn't speak at that time. And then at the end of the game, the woman that she was pretending to look like in the hologram changes to her, and she actually, talks about Adam Jensen and that. But yeah, that's the thing too. Like, I know that Bob Page is like one of the primary antagonists in the original Deus Ex, but I haven't played that game before. So I want to get to it though, especially this year, because this year is its 25th anniversary as well. But that's interesting, because yeah, I think there was a lot more that could have been done as well. Thanks for redeeming that, Zomb. So you'd like a random one? No worries at all. Sorry it's taking so long. The game I was going to do a quote from Quantum Break hardly has any quotes anywhere on the entirety of the internet. IMDb has no quotes from it, and any quotes are actually from the live action series parts of it, so I'll find a different one. Oh, that's no worries at all, Grail. Thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate it. Your health has been rough lately. Thank you for being here, and have a great weekend and a great rest of your stream. Much love. No worries at all, Grail. I really hope that things look up for you really soon. I hope that your health improves, and thank you so very much for your support. I really do appreciate that a lot. I hope that you can enjoy the rest of your weekend. Thank you so much again for the raid. Zetas, honestly, you think that's enough of a plot thread to feel it closed enough? The snowstorm makes you want to play Remedy's Max Payne 1. I don't blame you, yeah. Yeah, that'd be cool to play games like that when it's actually like that IRL with the weather. Oh, that's all good, Grail. Absolutely no worries at all, dude. Okay, so I've got a quote. Tonight's episode, the line between fact and fiction becomes hopelessly blurred, and nowhere as vividly as in Night Springs. The man before you is a champion of light. He is part of a conflict between darkness and light that is both ancient and eternal. He is chasing a dangerous quarry, the Herald of Darkness. His evil doppelganger, known only as Mr. Scratch. So that's from Alan Wake's American Nightmare. That was a Xbox Live Arcade game released 2 years after the original Alan Wake. Thanks for redeeming that Remedy quote, Zom. I was going to grab one from Quantum Break because I hadn't yet before, but there's hardly anything there. Like, you can find a wiki quotes, like there's not even a wiki quotes quote from it. The only quotes I could find, there was only one small quote from this website that looks at tropes of TV shows and video games and books and stuff. And then there was only a little bit of a quote from a character and stuff. Wanted to find something decent. So I have to watch some cutscenes of Quantum Break and transcribe some of the quotes for future redeems if I want to quote that game. Is this week on Address Unknown? Man, I don't want to go there. It's the last place I'd want to end up, but that's where I always end up anyway. Only it's not me talking to the Pink Flamingo, but someone who looks the part down to the finest detail, except that he's evil. You're hiding in the shadows, watching it all unfold. Oh, so what's that from, Zayas? Oh yes, so that's from the first Max Payne. I gotcha.
There. One less place for him to hide.
Gerbil took the top head. Zom, dang, why must Hartman be a sniper too? Isn't he OP already? OP'd already, overpowered, yeah. Yeah, they're like, we'll give him that extra thing. Extra ability.
Yes, hello? Yes, me? Worry who? C to C.
See the sea. It's funny, I just thought of something video game related I haven't thought of for years and years, but the original not the original Super Mario Brothers game, because that's not the one I'm thinking of, but Super Mario Brothers, how there were some secrets that you could get to by getting up above the actual screen of the game and then running along and then finding like the warp pipes to take you to different levels and stuff. Gibberish Guy returns. Yeah, it's so funny that.
Hello?
Hello! Great about us today. Long roads and no hardly. You are Bygone?
Sure. Why are you locked up in here?
Casual turning. Back and front. And Gerbil took the top head. Not being pressed for that. Lady going and loosing back for eye?
Sorry, I think I'm misunderstanding you. What do you want?
The head? The head for tales? For reading news, jars, words, and tumble. The reading head.
Okay, take it easy. I'll take a look.
So maybe it wants something to read. Or a jar. Let's just see what we can find. This could be what it wants. Let's give it a shot.
No, jars. A head. Scotch and peppers? Head.
Okay, that wasn't right. Let's try something else. Maybe it'll like this.
Head. A-S-B-E. Head.
Nope. Let's keep trying. Maybe this will do the trick?
Rosa, you ping pong. A head.
Guess that wasn't it either, huh?
Zom A-S-B-E. Interesting way to spell head. But isn't that how you spell head? You're confusing me now.
This might do it. Maybe.
Lady, you are school and dirt for loosing.
Keep that up and I won't help you anymore.
Let's see if this will do it. I'm ready to be done with this.
Furry clocks, lady. The head. 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 No snacks. Head is top of all up and down. At the top. The top head.
Wait, does this thing actually mean head? Head is in a body's head? Where the hell am I gonna find that? And how did it lose it? Is that what the prisoner meant? I guess there's only one way to find out.
Chicken Station. Far tastier. Press any button?
So the helmet is what you're after, huh?
Tubes. Snug and grape. Pure grapes. Hail a lady.
You're welcome, I guess. Did Kirkland lock you up in here?
Chief Trouble? Yes. Teddy's long around. But holdout's unhappiest. Can gather for goldfishes. No wrinkle.
Okay. Well, sounds like you're doing fine in there now. Just make sure you don't go anywhere.
Jelly.
At least we helped this guy. I think. Best we leave it locked up, though. We have no idea what it is, and we don't need any more problems out here.
Poor guy. He's been locked in there since the 70s.
Was this what you had in mind?
Hey there, Dr. Darling. Welcome on in. That's true, yep, I started early. I was thinking if I want to fit Assassin's Creed Brotherhood in today, I need to start on this as soon as possible. Because tomorrow and then Monday is the last stream day for a few weeks. Foundation? Not doing the foundation. There we go, that's better. Dr. Darling, a 15-hour stream today. Definitely no. Definitely not. Oh my god, where the fuck is the bloody section where we're in the fucking middle of the thing so I can just go to where we need to fucking go? Like, seriously.
It's just nice to have someone to talk to, you know? Ever since I got put in charge of the Panopticon, people
Already heard this
treat me
dialogue, so I won't be
different,
stopping
like
to listen
I'm
to it.
crazy for wanting to work with altered items. People just don't understand the altered items like I do, you know? I don't want to brag, but it does take a very empathetic mind to connect with you.
Doesn't want to brag. Right.
Anyway, still, I don't know why people are making it so personal. I mean, the teams in research handle paranatural materials every day, and no one thinks they're weird. Well, maybe that's not true. Darling is famous for being a bit out there, but when he's weird, it's charming. Altered items really aren't that frightening once you get to know them. If you figure out what they like or don't like, you know, what sets them off, then there's nothing to worry about. I guess at the end of the day, we're still just wild animals, scared of our own shadows. We're supposed to be on the same team, but sometimes it feels like it's every department.
Director Faden here. I need a ranger dispatched to my position.
The Hiss are in for it now. Suppressing fire!
Brain missing. To the good-for-nothings at the security check. I know you took a part of my brain when you put me through that metal detector. I'm not stupid. I know what they're really for. What I don't know is whether taking a part of my brain causes me to lose my memories or to lose sleep. I've been told if you lose sleep, you lose everything else too. That's where you trick us regular people. Now, I don't know which it is, and I can't remember what you did to me. But I can tell you all this much. I don't find this funny at all. I want my memories back, and you can be sure the next time I visit the Baltimore-Washington International Thurgood Marshall Airport, I will come and find you and make you fix what you broke. Sincerely. I don't think I will be signing this with my real name. Like I said, I'm not stupid. You can just mind your own business.
My son started talking to his pet rooster, so I prohibited him to do so. I don't want him to learn foul language.
I went on a walk into an enchanted forest to try and cut down a talking tree. You can't cut me down, the tree exclaims. I'm a talking tree. I responded, you may be a talking tree, but you will die a log. Nice puns there in those redemptions. Thank you very much, Dr. Darling. I like that foul language dialogue. Alright, so we finally have Night Springs screenplay page 2. The robust director shoves the nerd-like scientist aside and heads for the portal control panel. He slams the on button with a determined fist. All the more reason! The entire screen is filled with dangerous red. Then it fades away and we see that the two men are in another dimension. The air ripples around them as if they were a 1983 Pontiac Firebird Trans Am sitting in the Texas sun after a 5-day road trip. Internal, unknown dimension night. Scientist. What have you done? You've doomed us all. Control yourself, Doctor. Where's this beast of yours? Right there, sir. A horrible, shapeless, shifting entity fills the horizon. It can't be described. That's how horrible it is. What a thing of beauty you've been keeping from me. Night Springs screenplay, page 3. The director steps closer to the horrible entity. He reaches out with a steady hand. You are mine now, creature. I will return you to my facility and control your power. Sir, we don't know... The entity instead rushes forward and engulfs the director. He screams in pain as the scientist looks on and does nothing, like the coward that he is. I am not the one being examined. I am not the one locked inside a prison. Gradually, the director emerges from the entity. His once sparkling eyes are now empty and dull. The scientist rushes to him. Sir, we have to escape. We cannot. They are in control now. I got what I wanted. Dr. Darling, without having played Alan Wake, destroying the block parts with light felt weird. But not anymore. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I like how they did that. It's cool that they brought the gameplay mechanic of having to burn away the darkness with light from Alan Wake 1.
Hartman thing do all this?
Dr. Darling, you remember this part, following the mess of the cables? Oh yeah, it's fun in games when you have to do that. Makes me think of Alien Isolation. There's a part in the game where you have to follow coloured cables on the ground.
The law of three also applies to all faucets within the oldest house. Be mindful and don't cause any aquatic misconduct. Thank you for your attention.
Dr. Darling, the liberation of 15th anniversary has begun.
Lots of dark corners to hide in. Okay, let's get the lights on and clear him out. You piece of fucking shit. I was just about to go into the fucking levitate. Oh. Where's it running off to now? Shaded specimen captured. Formerly Dr. Emil Hartman. An alert from the Redacted WA monitoring station indicated minor redacted activity occurring in the area. Agent
Kieran Estevez was dispatched to investigate. Inside the redacted lodge, she discovered the facility's former owner, Dr. Emil Hartman. He had been converted into a shaded individual, per definitions found in File 634-1923, and displayed violent behavior characteristics of its type. Agent Estevez alerted the on-site research team to the specimen's presence and, with some difficulty, it was successfully contained in a black rock cell. The cell and its inhabitant were transported safely back to headquarters, where the specimen remains detained in the redacted sector as part of the redacted AWE investigation. Once the investigation is closed, research teams have petitioned to relocate the specimen to their sector for study.
To get those lights. need another power core.
Director, ma'am, great timing. Hartman just came through here. God, he was hideous. He tore the security door into the Bright Falls AWE site wide open. He was so ugly, like, wow. I got a good look at him, and Christ, he does not look like he used to. The hiss must have messed him up or something. He looks like a bar rag that's been twisted by the world's strongest man. Or a monster from some 80s horror movie. You know, back when it was all practical effects? Ugh, nasty.
Real
Did you say
professional,
something?
Winston.
Remember, I can't hear you. Never mind, just go after Hartman. Ah, so disgusting.
Love that reference to John Carpenter's The Thing.
I've written, rewritten. The darkness wants to hide the past to make me lose my way. I trust what I read on these pages. I wrote them for a reason. Cut through the reality, tear it apart, and rewrite it. They are drawn to the mystery. I've written and rewritten, deconstructed, reconstructed, experimented with different voices, changed the style, changed myself, forgotten the language, relearned the language. Have I been here before? Gone down this path before? The darkness wants to hide the past to make me lose my way. You must know where you've been to know where you're going. I trust what I read on these pages. I wrote them for a reason. My notes to myself. The only way to make progress, recap, then write more. The style then. Lose the fat. Make it clear. Ugly. Functional. Present. Be blunt. Only the brutal truth. Cut through the reality, tear it apart, rewrite it. Be clever, make them do the work, form the image in their minds, they make it, you just imply. Incept. They're drawn to the mystery, obsessed. You set it up, they put it together. Their interpretation, and there's only one because you give them no choice. And they believe in it, because it's theirs now.
Doc. Let's go take care of it.
I did not hit her. I did not hit her. It's bullshit. I did not. Oh, hi, Alan. The Room, rewritten by Alan Wake.
Thank you for meeting with us again, Dr. Hartman.
It's my pleasure, gentlemen. I hope the information I provided thus far has been of some small use.
It's been invaluable, Doctor. Really, we have a much clearer picture of this event, thanks to your accounts.
Well, I do consider myself a keen observer.
We did have one question, though. You mentioned in an earlier conversation that your patients displayed, and I'm paraphrasing here, unnatural abilities that you in fact encouraged during their time in your lodge. It'd be very helpful if you could fill us in on the details there.
Of course. Like yourselves, I work to understand and even bend the rules of our earthly paradigm. My patient's well-being was paramount, of course, but I would hardly be a man of science if I did not reach out at the underlying truth. As I stated in my written proposal, I believe working alongside your organization could be greatly beneficial to both parties. Sharing notes, as they say.
Thank you, Doctor. That's all we need to hear. Remy?
Dr. Emil Hartman, you have been found in breach of codes 4, 8, and 74 of the Federal Bureau of Control Criminal Offense System.
What? You can't do this? I am a well-connected man. You're making a dire mistake, my friend.
You will be detained until further notice and all personal property will be confiscated, including the Cauldron Lake Lodge.
That's preposterous. You can't just seize my property. I'm a United States citizen. I have rights. That lodge is my life's work. I'm offering you years of research.
Get him out of here.
You're making a mistake. You have to listen to me. You have to listen.
Thank you, Dr. Darling, for redeeming that. So anything from Alan Wake 1? Excellent. Okay, so I've got one. I could feel Alice's presence close by. I understood what I had to do now. I knew how to write the ending to Departure. There's light and there's darkness, cause and effect. There's guilt and there's atonement. But the scales always need to balance. Everything has a price. That's where Zane had gone wrong. There's a long journey through the night, back into the light. Thanks for redeeming that Remedy game quote, Dr. Darling. Shadow snaked a lot of great ships today. Sanked a lot of great ships today in Black Flag. Oh, very nice, Shadow. That's cool. Get their resources and everything. That's one of the things that I like about Black Flag is being able to actually board the ships if you want to, and have fights on the deck of the ships and stuff. Thank you, Lucas, for redeeming the Arnie movie scene impression. Okay, so I've got one. Eggs. Eggs. Eggs, eggs, eggs. You have no respect for logic. But he's got an axe. And I have no respect for those who have no respect for logic. You are a very stupid person. You tell your brother he messes with me, he messes with my whole family. Since that's so short, I'll do another one from the same movie. That was Twins. Wait a minute. You forgot the third rule in the crisis situation. What third rule? Third rule? Yeah, third rule. Oh, the third rule. What's the third rule? Doug. Yo, holy schmoly, now there's a man with a lot on his mind. That's another one from the movie Twins. Cheers, Lucas. Haven't seen that movie for a long time. That reminds me, I need to look at scenes from his movies and transcribe some more, because there's a lot of movies that I feel like have some decent chunks of dialogue with him, but IMDb doesn't really have a big range of different scenes from a lot of his movies as well. You know, because it'd be good to not have to recycle through the same quotes and dialogues and stuff over and over. But it'd been a while since I looked at the movie Twins for some quotes. But yeah, there's not very many on IMDb and stuff.
Thank you for...
I've forgotten again. I had a plan. I know it. I've forgotten. He's coming. I've got to get out of here. Dive deep.
Whatever is going on with Wake, he clearly needs some help.
Going mad. Wake had to escape, right? His escape. Wake needed a hero. A hero needed a crisis. For the part in the story about the government agency, Wake needed something special, something to convey an alien force mimicking human intelligence. The story needed many beginnings, many springs, streams that turned into a river, a flood, and then an ocean. This was one. Wake used the materials he had, the connections he had, the people, the places. Wake put them in to make it true. His wife, the psychiatrist, his city. These connections, like magnets, move things. Alice was a conduit. She'd been in the dark place. The thing that had been Hartman sensed her near, sensed Wake through her. Went berserk, broke loose. Wake made sure Alice was already gone by then. Safe. The more springs, the more the story became real. The more people believed. Cause and effect. It was extremely delicate and hard work. It had to go through the path of least resistance where success was most likely. Where there was a connection already. Wake felt the pressure grow in his head. Going mad. Wake had to escape. Right. His escape. He was already out. He wanted to make it true. Wake needed a hero. A hero needed a crisis. For the part in the story about the government agency, Wake needed something special, something to convey an alien force mimicking human intelligence. Something that can't be translated. Translated. Wake channeled Burroughs and Bowie. He cut up sentences and words. Orange peel. You are home. Insane. He put them in a shoebox. He pulled out the words. Wake created a Dadaist poem. He'd try anything once. Or had he tried this before?
That's true, Lucas. Yeah, they're set in the same universe. Alan Wake 1 came out in 2010, and they did actually start work on an Alan Wake 2, but Microsoft pulled the plug because they felt that the first game hadn't made enough money to warrant the sequel. But as a compromise, they let Remedy do a smaller scale game on the Xbox Live Arcade collection called Alan Wake's American Nightmare. And some of the ideas that they had for Alan Wake 2, they put into that game instead. And then fast forward to 2019, this game came out, and this is the game that started the connections between this game and Alan Wake. And so they're set in the same universe. And in 2023, we eventually got Alan Wake 2 after all that time. And there's a lot of stuff in this DLC that foreshadows things in Alan Wake 2 as well, and sets that up. Hey there, Oliver. Good morning. You got no notification again, so you checked yourself. I hate when that happens, Oliver. I've had that happen before, where there's been no notification. However, it has turned up like hours after the person's already started their stream and then finished their stream as well. But welcome on in, Oliver. I hope you're having a good weekend so far. We're just getting closer to finishing the end of this DLC, and then I'll be jumping into Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. I'll have a little break first before I do, but that'll be the next game that I'll be doing. Going to do a playthrough for its 15th anniversary. Oh, then nice. Then you're just in time. Absolutely, dude. Yeah. Been reading stuff related to Alan Wake as well, as we've been going through. Hey, Mita. How's it going, dude? Usually when I do the Alan Wake, I guess it's a bit of a marathon, a Remedy marathon. Whenever I do it, I usually do Control between Alan Wake, or if I've done Alan Wake's American Nightmare, I put it between that and Alan Wake 2, because in terms of like chronology, there's a lot of stuff that happens that gets mentioned between Alan Wake 1 and Alan Wake 2 in this as well. But for this marathon, I just wanted to do the Alan Wake games close together. and then do this game and everything. Oliver, we can finish AC Brotherhood together. Exactly, Oliver, yeah. Because I'll just be doing the story. I won't be doing any of the side stuff or anything like that. Not in this playthrough anyway. I just really wanted to get a playthrough of that game done before I have a stream break for a few weeks to get some Assassin's Creed on the channel as early as possible. Oh, that's great, Mitra. I'm glad to hear that, dude. As for me, I'm going well. We're getting ready to finish the DLC and then the whole playthrough of Control. And Mitra is stalking you. He always joins as soon as you do, Oliver. Thanks, Mitra. Cheers, dude. I hope you're having a good one.
Another replica. Like the one they made for Ordinary. I wonder what happened here.
This is Director Faden. I require backup at this location.
It's an honor, Director.
Alice Wake interview. After reaching out to the Bureau, Alice Wake was brought to the oldest house for an interview on Redacted 2017. See file redacted for the full transcript. The interview conducted by Agents Shah and Dempsey revealed that Mrs. Wake has had recurring nightly visitations from her missing ex-husband in her New York apartment, address redacted. Mr. Wake appears out of nowhere and rushes at her down the corridor. According to her impression, he appears crazy and horrifying, clearly coming at her with violent intent. Mrs. Wake believes that he is haunting her, insisting he is not Alan, but a fucking monster in his body. Mrs. Wake has not been sleeping out of the fear of these visits. Her attempts to keep the lights on through the night result in the relevant hallway's light bulb breaking every night, possibly indicating involvement of the redacted. Further investigation required. We propose installing monitoring equipment in the apartment. Copies of supply request form L5014 have been sent to Mr. Kirkland and administration for approval. Oliver, redacted. Exactly. Redacted is so redacted. It's just redacted how redacted is. Hey there, Stocks. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in. How's things? Thanks for the good luck wishes. How is Batman Arkham City? I hope things are going well. Thank you so much for raiding. Welcome on in, everyone. We're doing the Alan Wake related DLC for Control. We're just at the final boss fight, essentially, for the DLC. But I'll be reading some other stuff because there's some documents that are around the fight area as well. In Meta, that's cool. 155.5 thousand channel points. Nice number. Holy shit. That's really good, Emita. Thank you for that. Stock's terrible. You hate this game. Oh, Control or Batman Arkham City? Dr. Darling, you have a strong urge to start Alan Wake 2 today. Oh, nice, Dr. Darling. Yeah, that way, next time I play Alan Wake 2. But to be honest, I'm not going to play Alan Wake 2 again until October. Because for that game, I like to leave a bit of time between runs. But yeah, that'd be cool to see what you think about it. Oh, Arkham City Stocks. I gotcha. Yeah. Well, hopefully the next stream of it will, the game will be better for you as well. Shadow, today was a nice day for Black Flag. Oh, very cool, Shadow. I love that game. It's so good. It celebrated its 10th anniversary a couple of years ago, and I did an insane amount of playthroughs. I did like 7 or 8 different focuses. I even did a playthrough where in the game, when a character says to Edward, meet me in a month's time, I literally waited a month before continuing that playthrough. So that was interesting. It sort of carried me over into 2024, so I wasn't able to fit it into 2023, but it was definitely interesting playing through the game in that way. because when I got back to it after waiting for a month to go back into that playthrough, it added some extra kind of immersion into the whole thing, you know. Oh, it's set afterwards, Shadow. Yeah, Freedom Cry is set afterwards. Such a good DLC, that one.
This is the director. I need a ranger at this location immediately. This is the director. I need a ranger at this location immediately.
Yeah, Shadow. Yeah, this boss can be difficult. It's a damn pain too when he appears near you and grabs you before you can escape as well.
This is Director Faden. Send a ranger to my position.
Orange peel!
Well, I never knew you could actually shoot at him while he grabbed you. That's good.
Send a ranger to my location.
Hartman saw the light.
Hartman won't be a problem anymore, Langston. But investigations need someone to run it. Interested?
I've seen what happens to sector heads, ma'am. No, thank you. Ma'am, I'm getting something on my terminal here, an AWE alert from Bright Falls, Washington. But it might be a glitch. The date's all wrong, a couple of years in the future. And we're in lockdown. There shouldn't be any incoming signals.
Maybe it was active before we went into lockdown? Are there agents on site?
Let me check. Agent Estevez is the field agent in charge of monitoring the site, so she should be there to let us know if the situation has been through any major changes recently.
Well, she would, Langston, if she could actually get in contact.
Things set in motion. If the alarm's true, then so is the reason for the alarm. The effect must follow the cause. It's happening again. A return. You have been warned.
Reinforcements are here!
He had that much health left. When I first played this and saw that message and that, I was like, oh, hell yeah, we're closer to getting a second Alan Wake. Because at this point, it was still unknown whether we were actually going to get a sequel or not. And this came out in 2020, this DLC. The actual Alan Wake 2 didn't come out until 2023. But there's definitely a lot of stuff in this that Alan Wake 2 has and all that kind of stuff. And it's interesting when Langston says it's a couple of years into the future as well. That was an element I had actually forgotten about. So it makes me wonder even more now about the timeline of Alan Wake 2 and Control and anything that might happen in between, you know, and all that kind of stuff. So it'll be interesting in Control 2 to see what is actually going on. Like maybe there's something that's altering the timeline or something. Like the building itself in the oldest house where the FBC is, it can shift. But who's to say that there can't be an entity somewhere in the oldest house that has learned how to actually manipulate time or something? I don't know. I'm just spitballing here. That'd actually be kind of cool to act as a little bit of a throwback to the game Quantum Break, in which you have time manipulation powers. Actually be cool in Control 2 if Jesse learned the ability to actually do some time powers and stuff, because I think that'd be quite cool. But until Remedy gets full rights back from Xbox for Quantum Break, we'll never see a sequel or any direct connections with Quantum Break and Alan Wake and Control. There's definitely, you know, Easter eggs and all that kind of stuff in Quantum Break about Alan Wake and all that kind of stuff. There's even some in there about Control and all that kind of thing. But in terms of like Remedy being able to do like a Quantum Break 2 or literally having characters from that game appear, they don't actually have the rights to do that as yet. It was similar with Alan Wake 1. For the longest time, it was an Xbox exclusive, and any sequels had to be done through Xbox. But eventually the rights went back fully to Remedy, and so they were able to actually do a sequel and then do the remaster of Alan Wake 1 and release it on consoles like PlayStation, which they couldn't before. In Mita, he has 2 phases? Damn. He really does. I've actually seen some people kill him in the first phase, though. But I guess it just depends on what you've got for your personal mods and what weapon you have and what mod you have for it and all that kind of stuff as well. Usually when I do this DLC, I actually do it last. I do the Foundation DLC first and then this one last. Oliver, rookie numbers. You have 7 phases. 7? Is that all? Dr. Darling, thank God Lucinda isn't here yet. She would have PTSD from this fight. Oh yeah, I don't blame her though. It's just so frustrating, you know. It's good that you've got somewhere that you can just start from that's not too far away. You know, so that's good. And to get that help from that other character can help too. Thank you, Inmita and Oliver, for the GGs. Thank you so much. That's true, Shadow. It does connect to the Lake House DLC. Absolutely. That was actually a pretty good DLC, that one, when I played through it. So I definitely want to replay it in the future. But I think what I'll do is, for my next playthrough of Alan Wake 2, it's going to be a doozy. It's going to be playing the game back to back so I get the story in full, including the New Game Plus mode, of course, which you need to play to get the full ending. But also do all the DLC integrated into the playthrough, actually. I'm not going to do them separate. Oliver, it's happening again. We have been warned. We have been, Oliver. All of us. Everyone. Bright Falls 1976 summary. An unconfirmed threshold manifestation occurred at Cauldron Lake, Washington. The citizens of Bright Falls had gathered in the town's southwestern fields for the annual festival known as Deerfest. Eyewitnesses all claimed that the day had been sunny, confirmed by reviews of the area's weather reports. But then, with no warning, a thunderstorm appeared in the direction of the Anderson farm, and a tornado rose from Cauldron Lake. The torrential rain that followed caused a flash flood. It was as if the day had turned to night. Testimony from Redacted. Frank Breaker, the sheriff of Bright Falls, formerly a bureau agent, see employee file redacted, managed to guide the crowd to safety as the festival grounds were destroyed by the flood. The festival was cancelled, ending one day early. Lack of official bureau presence on the scene makes this event difficult to report as a confirmed AWE, though the similarity to other known elements in the Bright Falls area lend credence to the accounts of the townspeople. So we have a replica here of the Cauldron Lake Lodge, which Emil Hartman was using as his psychiatrist center. They recreated this for this AWE, the Federal Bureau of Control. They figured that having a replica of this might trigger something in Hartman.
This must be where they studied Hartman. Kinda looks like Dylan's cell. I wonder if they treated him as badly.
Despite my generous offers, the conversations came to naught.
Bright Falls 1976 supplement. On the day of the flooding, the rock band Old Gods of Asgard was rehearsing in a field outside the Anderson farm, the homestead of band members Odin and Tor Anderson. Both admitted to being in a heavy state of inebriation at the time, having spent days drinking their home-brewed moonshine while celebrating Deerfest. The moonshine, by the way, actually has water from Cauldron Lake in it. After the townspeople were evacuated from the flooded field, Sheriff Breaker was asked by Freya Anderson, daughter of Tor Anderson, to check on her father and uncle. Breaker drove to the Anderson farm and found the band members alive but in need of medical aid. Tor Anderson had been struck by lightning, and Odin Anderson had cut out his own right eye. A possible reference to Norse deities, Redacted and Redacted. They claimed they had fought and valiantly defeated a dark army of the Scratching Hag, rising from Cauldron Lake, CAWE Redacted of 1970, related to the suspected Redacted at Diver's Isle. While impossible to verify, these events are relevant to the recurring AWE at Bright Falls and the Cauldron Lake Redacted. Odin and Tor Anderson have been listed as persons of interest. Oliver, you could be a great narrator, Sir Rod Legionborough. Nice one, Oliver. So that's interesting. All right, now I'm going to talk about spoilers for Alan Wake 2. So I just want to give people a heads up about that. If you see me exit this screen, then you know it's safe to unmute if you want to actually mute the stream while I talk about this stuff. So I'm going to do a countdown from 5 when I'm about to talk about the spoilers related to Alan Wake 2. So just a heads up on that. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So Freya Anderson, the daughter of Tor Anderson, in Alan Wake 2, Saga Anderson is actually the granddaughter of Tor Anderson. And her mother, Freya, in Alan Wake 2, is talked about as someone that didn't want her daughter, Saga, to actually know anything about her grandparents. And I think this event is when they were dealing with the Dark Presence initially. However, there was also something that happened that caused a rift between Freya Anderson and her father Tor related to her, I think it was husband. The husband is Mr. Dorr. So Freya Anderson and Mr. Dorr are actually, and that, I think they got married. Yeah, they're married, and they had Saga, but they didn't want her to have anything to do with the Anderson because there was a falling out that happened over Mr. Dorr. Tor didn't really get on with Mr. Dorr. I don't know the specifics exactly what happened, but there was some kind of altercation that happened with them as well. So this is another example of laying the foundation for what we would get in Alan Wake 2 in this DLC, because obviously at this point they knew that they were going to be able to do an Alan Wake 2, and so they were putting these clues and everything into this stuff in this DLC for Control. There we go, so the spoiler part that I was talking about is finished. Oliver, you'll be listening. Admit you did that part in GTA 5 yesterday when Trevor fights Deborah. You figured it out that she was a bad character, but you didn't expect it to go that way. Oh yeah. It's so funny. The whole thing between those characters, like the way that it ended and trying to sort of like figure out, you know, what exactly happened, like who killed who and like what the exact altercation was. Just wanted to get the stuff collected. Although it was so romantic. Oh yeah. Deborah and Floyd. Trevor. And you're calling the shots from my house. You're running the show. Yeah, and he made her curse. Deborah. Oliver rage. Not enough to rage me yet. Alright, so I think I grabbed the collectibles that I wanted to grab. So I want to cover those before I end the stream. Alright. Wake evidence. Admission of evidence. A photograph of Alan Wake captured by Alice Wake during an event in her home. Alice Wake, former wife of Alan Wake, see AWE 35 for details, has recently been visited at night by her ex-husband, or entity resembling him, see file redacted for more. Being a professional photographer, Mrs. Wake positioned cameras with motion sensors around the corridor he appears in and managed to capture an image of Mr. Wake on film. During an interview with Mrs. Wake, she mentioned that her favorite camera, a redacted model, was lost in 2010 during AWE 35. No match has been found among the confiscated evidence from AWE 35. It has been filed as a potential altered item, and research staff stationed at Bright Falls are being contacted to check if they have any knowledge of such an item. So here's a photograph. Evidence ID 12231C. Photograph of Alan Wake provided by Alice Wake, taken on redacted 2017. Thanks for the GGs, Oliver.
These are the notes of Dr. Emil Hartman. I am continuing my work alone again, since certain parties were too blind to recognize a golden opportunity. Despite my generous offers, the conversations came to naught. Some people simply do not value collaboration as I do. Though I believe now that it was for the best. The sort of bold, pioneering work that I am undertaking cannot thrive under the shackles of bureaucracy and regulation. I have a history of seeking such partnerships. There was a time when I had hoped Alan Wake and I could collaborate. Together we could have produced art such that the world has never seen. But Wake was stubborn, egotistical. Writers usually are. Disappointing nonetheless. But now, like Tom before him, Wake has disappeared into Cauldron Lake. And this is where my work turns hypothetical. Since he was lost to the lake, Thomas Zane has been observed by various townspeople. This indicates to me that the individuals within the lake are not entirely gone. I anticipate Wake will similarly return one day. While I may harbor some resentment for the man, his raw talent and determination are undeniable. From this, I have concluded that the lake and the dark place within it are not as removed from this world as I previously thought. Given my acute awareness of what awaits within, my meticulous preparations, and my considerable education, I believe myself much more prepared than either Tom or Wake. I should be able to cross into that dark realm with the chance to return as they have. All that remains is the dive itself. It frightens me, I admit, but such is the burden of the truth seeker. I will take my plunge into the dark tomorrow, with only the light of knowledge to guide me. It is time for a breakthrough. Until I return.
Well, Dr. Hartman, you were right. You did return, but you didn't actually return in the way that I think you were expecting. So that, of course, is before he actually jumps into Cauldron Lake itself, gets consumed by the darkness within it, gets possessed by the dark presence, and then he manages to be taken out of that. But when he's put into the FBC building, he ends up getting corrupted by the hiss on top of being possessed by the Taken. And the result is what we just defeated. Now what I want to do is double check to see about the collectibles in AWE. Yeah, he's looking really chill, Oliver. You know, it looks like he's very, very happy. Okay, so let's have a look at reports. Okay, so I've gotten I've gotten Alice Wake interview. Okay, so Black Market. These are the documents for the DLC. Blessed Organization. Darling Investigation. Director Investigation. Door Appearance. Got that as well. Employee Misdemeanor. Okay, so I don't have that, but I just want to see what it actually is about. If it doesn't have anything to do with Alan Wake, I'm not going to worry about collecting it. Yep, alright. So that was Employee Misdemeanor. Ethics Investigation, got that one. Hartman Arrest, got that one. Hartman Background, got that one. NASA Cooperation Review, I got that one. Not that it's related to Alan Wake, but I just want to go in order of which I'm looking at. Shaded Specimen Captured, got that. Specimen Escape Assessment, got that. Underhill Background, and Wake Evidence. Okay, so we got that. Alright, so let's have a look at research. I think I know what I don't have yet. Yeah, so I'm missing Night Springs screenplay page 4. So I definitely want to grab that. Okay, going down further, Shaded Hartman. Yep, so I got that. The Shadow, I got that as well. Wake Photograph, got that as well. Altered World Events. Okay, so we need to go Case Files. Altered World Events. Alright, so Bright Falls 1976 Summary. Bright Falls 1976 Supplement. Bright Falls Summary. Bright Falls Supplement. Okay, Eagle Limited Summary. Don't have Eagle Limited Supplement, but if it doesn't have anything to do with Alan Wake, I'm not going to worry about it. Fra Mauro, Supplement and Summary. Okay, Altered Items, Arcade Cabinet Procedures. Don't have the supplement, but that's alright. Tractor Procedures. Tractor Supplement. Train Car Procedures, don't have that, but that's alright. It's not related to Alan Wake. Vending Machine Procedures, got that as well. Okay, Correspondence. Casey Inquiry, got that. Cauldron Lake Update. Yep, so I got that one. Missing Agents. Got that one. Trench Official Warning. Got that one. Okay, so non-official. RT Postcard. I don't have that. But if it's not related to Alan Wake, I won't worry about getting that. Yes, that's after doing side missions. Interrogation Complaint. Got that. Keystone Inspection. Got that. Motel Complaint. Don't have that, but that's all good. As long as it doesn't have anything to do with Alan Wake, don't need to worry about getting it. Yep. Alright, don't have to worry about that one. Staffing Issue. Got that. Okay, so Dead Letters. Active for Hire, got that. Brain Missing, got that. Foot Gossip, I got that. Okay, now interviews. Brian Henneman, Dr. Hartman interrogation, Fra interrogation, Langston interrogation, suspect interrogation. Don't have to worry about that if it's not related to Alan Wake. Yeah, so don't have to worry about grabbing that one. There's no Darling presentations in the DLC. FBC recordings. Dr. Hartman's notes, next steps. Dr. Hartman's notes, the darkness. FBC reminder, billable hours. FBC reminder, law of 3. Motel observation. Okay, there's no America Overnight episodes in the DLC. Same with the Threshold Kids episodes. Music Langston Freestyle, yeah, I got that one, but not the other one, but it doesn't matter, because that's not part of Alan Wake. Ash tapes, they're in the Foundation DLC. Alright, so Wake. In the hotline. Faden rides the elevator, Hartman's final act on writing the manuscript. The third thing, Wake writes the beginning. We're missing Valhalla Nursing Home. Alright. Alan Wake is everywhere. At all times. All over the place. So this Valhalla Nursing Home... Whoop. Oh, great, my friggin' browser crashed. Can be obtained through a secret puzzle involving the song Take Control, which starts off in a hidden area accessed via the shifted passage. Alright, the shifted passage. In Meta, it's all about Alan Wake. Although, no, it's all about Ave Wake.
This piece is called Me and You.
That's not what I'm looking for.
New York City, a boy with a wolf's head. The mayor stares at a bicycle.
Ah, no wonder why it's in a completely different fucking area.
Traffic light decides this doesn't want to be in it.
Oliver, pew pew, swoosh swoosh, pew pew. It's all out of control. What the hell's going on? Alright, so we've got that. Where the radio plays Take Control. Inside the room, past the diamond-shaped hole, there is a clock. Alright, this is another painting. Oh, what's that? Painting of the previous directors of the FBC. Alright, so that's the employee misdemeanor collectible confound in the sideways office area. Another painting of Swiss trees is in this room. And when destroyed, it reveals a passage leading to a diamond-shaped hole. That's how I got in the first place. And then I went up here, but there was no diamond hole. There's square-shaped holes, but not diamond-shaped holes. There's supposed to be another painting near this other hole that's supposedly being able to be made. It's like, well, is it there? Like, what diamond-shaped hole? It's supposed to be a painting of spruce trees on display where you can actually destroy behind. Unless it's over here. No. I'm too trusting of text guides when I should really just go straight to a video guide every single fucking time. It'll just save a lot of fucking hassle. Here we go. Or not. That's exactly where I fucking came from. Jesus fucking bloody Christ. Hang on, be right back. This is all turning into a major fucking mission when it should be a simple fucking thing. And now the video guide that I was using doesn't show me what to do here. Thank you, video guide. Alright. Okay. Alright, inside the room there's a clock. The sequence of numbers in the second line refers to the hand positions on the clock when converted from military time. Oh, fuck me, Dad. Just say what the fucking quote. What the code is. Jesus Christ. You're a fucking guide. You're not supposed to be like a scientific study of the scientific nature of how to fucking tell someone what the fucking code is. Now I've got to start the fucking thing from the bloody fucking start. Ugh. 1. 7. Now we've got to wait for it to go around to 7 again, because that's the third fucking number. And I can't move the hand when I want it to, so we've got to wait till it goes back around. 7. 1. 6. Then we're going to wait till it goes to 4. 4. 9, and now 7. There we go. Alright, Chad, I'll catch up now. Yeah, I was muted on purpose in Mita. This thing was just pissing me off. Dr. Darling, no, you stopped it. Olive, it's alright, Rod. Take your time. Be patient. As long as it's taking, as frustrating as it's becoming, it's still taking you less time than it did to find the final chicken. That's true, yeah. Yeah, that took a while. And Mita, patience? What is patience? We don't do that here. Exactly. Why? What is patience? Oliver, yeah, we only rage. If we can't find the diamond-shaped hole, then we make one. Exactly. Thanks for the GGs, Amita. That's how guides work. Oh yeah, it's so annoying. I think I give text guides the benefit of the doubt because I think to myself, surely in text form, someone's been able to concisely point out things. And then you go, oh, you know. Oliver, Professor Codemaster. Hey there, Kearney. Welcome on in. Just trying to finish off this DLC. My timing for finishing stuff lately has just been out of whack because I wanted to get this done like an hour ago. You remember this, Dr. Darling? Yeah, this is an annoying puzzle. I've never done this before, by the way, either. Rage indeed, Oliver. Yes, in Mita. Thanks for the GGs. Hey, Stan. It's like one of those food recipe websites. It starts with, when I first made this meal, I was with my great-grandmother's ex-husband's brother's grandchild's third cousin's grandma. And goes on for 5 fucking paragraphs. Oh my god, give me the fucking ingredients list. Steps to make the food. Exactly, Stan. That's exactly what it's like. It's like, come on, just cut to the chase. The aerobics mod. What does this do? Health recovery on evade. Oh, that's really cool. Huh.
The Valhalla Nursing Home. Founded in 2014 for Odin and Tor Anderson for their twilight years.
Nice. So this has a spoiler for Alan Wake 2 in it. This recording.
The Valhalla Nursing Home. Founded in 2014 for Odin and Tor Anderson of the Old Gods of Asgard fame for their twilight years. Built after the Return Comeback tour, flip-flopped to be their farewell tour. Cut short, canceled, to the chagrin of their agent Barry Wheeler. Wheeler had managed to coax a couple of hit songs out of them before that, Alan slays the demon, a couple of others, 3 massive stadium-sized gigs. The old men rocked like they were possessed by the devil, like their namesakes. The backstage parties got out of hand. The air was thick with smoke. Wheeler squinted, his migraine flared. Booze and drugs, a rock and roll cliche. They ran off after every gig. Wheeler had security track them down to the craziest after parties. The Andersons were so old. Vampires, princes of fucking darkness. After every gig and the rampaging party that followed, it took them weeks to bounce back. And they never did completely. Each time Wheeler expected them to croak. It was that bad. After the 3rd gig, Wheeler couldn't take it anymore. Couldn't stomach the idea of another client dropping dead on him. Wheeler canceled. Called it off. It was over. After the Old Gods comeback tour was canceled, Wheeler set up a foundation with the money from the record sales of the Greatest Hits album and the gigs. A lot of money. Wheeler was good at his job. Wheeler set up the nursing home facility. The old men deserved it.
And there we go. Alright, so I hadn't actually gotten this one in my previous playthroughs of this DLC, and so now having played Alan Wake 2 a few times, and then actually hearing this, it's quite cool to see that they put this in before that game came out as well, because there's a transcription of this that you can actually read. So that is all the hotline stuff that I've gotten. So there's only one more thing that I need to get for this AWE DLC in terms of like stuff to read, and that's the Night Springs screenplay, page 4. Oh yeah, and Mita, the family therapy in GTA 5. You feel like they made the therapist for therapy as well? Oh yeah, and Mita. I don't think you'll be able to... Yeah, I think once you've gotten to that point in the story, you won't be able to do what I'm about to say, but there's actually some side missions where you can go and see the psychiatrist or call him multiple different times throughout the game. But you have to do those encounters before you get to that point in the story, I think. But yeah, there's more with that psychiatrist that you can do. But it's just so funny how they all get together and they just basically have a bitching session. And then after that's finished, it's like, I'm afraid that's all the time we have. When the therapist could just keep on going and charge them more money, you know what I mean? Like, it's already expensive enough how much money it costs Michael to even see him, you know. This file can be found in the investigation sector located in the Bright Falls AWE hangar in the elevator shaft. Alright, so I need to go back this way. Send the elevator to the upper floor, then jump into the space underneath. Oh yes, it's one of those ones. Here we go. Okay, so this is the screenplay for Night Springs episode for Night Springs. The scientist turns from what used to be his director, now transformed into a stranger, an alien that only resembles the director in form. He drops his all-important clipboard as he stumbles towards the closing portal, but the horrible entity is already rushing through it in a flow of insanity and chaos. The scientist becomes caught in it, and the entity devours him screaming as it enters our world. The director lifts his pistol to his head. His hand is steady, sure in its finality. So I thought. Camera fades to black. A gunshot is heard. And so, our hunger for control, our obsession for domination and power, the hubris at play in this children's puppet show we're starring in, can only lead to our fall from control, to submit to those who really hold the strings and control us in Night Springs. End of screenplay. Alright, so I already read those. So there we go. That's all the Alan Wake related stuff in the Alan Wake DLC that I wanted to cover. And therefore, that means that the overall playthrough for Control is now finished. So I don't know if I'll do another playthrough this year, but if I do, then I'd like to actually do a challenge run. So I want to take time to think about what kind of challenge I could do. If I were to do one, it would only be with the main game though. I wouldn't be doing the DLC on top as well. But this is where I'm going to call it a playthrough and also a stream for Control. Let's just fast travel somewhere. It's a shame there's no New Game Plus for this game. In Mita, after that part, you wouldn't be surprised seeing the therapist around Los Santos talking to himself out loud. Yeah, it just make him go completely nuts and crazy. Oliver, therapist, got a trauma for life, especially with them. But imagine him dealing with Trevor as well. That's the annoying Aussie accent. That's it, Oliver. Yep. I used to have a channel point redeem where people could put text in and I'd actually say it in that voice. Keone W. Reader. Yeah. It's so funny though, like the changes that you can do with your voice. Sometimes depending on just how you position your face while you're doing something. Like for that Aussie sort of like really thick, it's more like raising up the top of your mouth as you talk to make it a bit closer to your nose, like you're trying to be a bit nasally. You can really do it like that too. Thank you for the GGs in Mita. Flora's Lava Challenge, Oliver? Oh damn, that'd be so complex with this game. Thank you for the GGs, Keone. Thank you everyone so much for watching the stream. I really do appreciate it. And Mita, then there was that part when Trevor falls when visiting Franklin and Franklin starts laughing. Yeah, Trevor doesn't take too kindly to that. That's definitely a funny scene between them. I will be back with Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, but I want to take a break before I start that. That's all good, Oliver. Absolutely no worries at all. In Mita, he was ready to kill him. He sure was. Like, strangle him. Would like to definitely recommend people check out AC, who's been doing a playthrough of GTA 5. He's also playing games like Dishonored as well, doing different kinds of challenges with those. In Mita is also definitely recommended. In Mita has been doing Resident Evil 7 Biohazard, also been doing a playthrough of the GTA 5 game for his first time as well. Would also like to give a shout out to Lethargic Stocks as well. I'll just put them in there. There we go. Lethargic was doing Batman Arkham City, also does the other Batman Arkham games, but also does speedruns as well. So definitely recommend checking out all those streamers if you haven't before. No worries at all for the shout out and for the streaming meter. No problemo, dude. Oliver, you've played through 2 sequences in Brotherhood, so you definitely overtake me. That's fair, Oliver. Yeah. I'll just be focusing on the story for it as well. So there will be some stuff that I won't be doing that is related to side stuff as well. But yeah, that'll be what I'm streaming next. So I just want to thank everyone for watching this stream. I really appreciate it. And I'll be back in, let's say, I might make it a 40-minute break. That way it'll bring it to 8:30 for me when I'm actually able to start. Just to put in what time it is for me at the moment, so people can sort of do a bit of a calculation. So yeah, when it's 8:30 p.m. for me, that's when I'll actually be back with Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. See you in Meta. Catch you again soon. And same to you as well, Oliver. Can't wait. Oh, very good. Yeah, I've been itching to jump into Assassin's Creed Brotherhood to start celebrating its 15th. So we'll be doing a playthrough of that. And pardon me. And yeah, I think that'll probably do me for the rest of the stream days that I have in January. But yeah, I'll be back in about 40 minutes with Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. Hasta la vista, Rod. I guess I'm not coming back for a stream. If you've hasta la vista'd me. Orange peel.